We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do another great cybersecurity stream. Well, we've got a lot planned today, and let me break it down for everybody who hasn't been here before. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing 3 different activities, and then we're going to call it a stream. But the first activity is going to be learning how to do network penetration testing basics. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to learn how to transfer files back and forth between remote servers. So servers are computers that exist somewhere on the internet. Sometimes we have access to 2 different computers and we want to shuffle some files between them. So that's what we're going to do in our first part. We're going to be... Thank you very much for following Hods on Twitch. Thank you very much. You are now a HackerFrog. All right, so we're going to be working on TryHackMe. So if you don't have an account over at TryHackMe, you can go ahead and make one over at this link over here. Let me just provide that to everybody in chat. Emily, hello. Nice to see you here. You were here last week sometime, I'm pretty sure. But nice to see you back. I'm just wondering, are you a cybersecurity student? Or are you just somebody interested in learning about cybersecurity and hacking stuff? Please let me know. I like to know who is here and how I can best teach cybersecurity stuff to everybody. All right, so we're going to be working on this room over here called Carnage to learn about how to do file transfers, and that's going to be the first part of today's stream. So for the second part of today's stream, we're going to be doing a little walkthrough on how to hack against Windows targets. So a lot of the time when people start to learn cybersecurity, they learn exclusively on Linux, and they don't learn very much Prinsco. Nice to see you. Nice to see you here on YouTube, and welcome to the stream. Let's give everybody a good hack the planet just to kick off the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
All right, so if anybody finds the alerts, the video redeems a bit loud, please let me know. I can turn those down a little bit if in case people find it's very, very loud compared to everything else. So a lot of people talk about how they when they learn cybersecurity, they're learning about Linux and they're not learning about Windows, which is the type of operating system that most people use. So today we're going to be doing a little demo on how to hack against Windows targets. And we're going to be doing that over at hackmyvm.eu. And the machine that we're going to be hacking against is called Liar. So let me just look that up. So this is the machine over here. If you want to join in with us, what you want to do is you want to make an account over at hackmyvm.eu. You want to download the virtual machine that's associated with this challenge, and you want to put it on a virtual machine network along with your attacker machine, something like a Kali Linux, and that's what we're going to be doing in the second part of today's stream. And in the third part of today's stream, we're going to stick to the hackmyvm.eu platform, but we're going to be doing a completely new challenge that we haven't looked at before, and that challenge is going to be the T800 challenge. So that's going to be the third part of today's stream. And if you're interested in taking a look at the challenge for the third part of today's stream, it is in the chat. I've posted the link in there. All right, so without further ado, let's get started with our first piece of content for today. And that's going to be at tryhackme.com. So everybody, what you want to do is you want to log into tryhackme.com and then you want to navigate to this link over here. So we're not actually going to be doing the material from this particular room, which is called Carnage, but we're going to be using it for the virtual machine that's associated with the room, and we're going to be pairing that along with the attack box to learn about how to transfer files from one system to another. So actually, let me play some music in the background. Hopefully I can get the music playing so that it's not too loud. I certainly don't want it to be overwhelming. Anyways, let's play a little music. This is from one of my favorite games from the past. It's from a little game called Independence War 2, but it's got some great music. And as usual, if anybody finds that the music is a little bit too loud, please let me know, and I'll try to turn the music down a little more. Okay. All right. So everybody, what you want to do after you've come to the TryHackMe page with the Carnage room here is you want to start up 2 of the virtual machines associated with the room. So the first one is the attack box. So under the little logo here that says Carnage, there's going to be a little button called Start Attack Box. I want you to click on that, and that's going to start up the attack box virtual machine. That's one of 2 virtual machines we're going to be using today. So after you've done that, you're going to see that the machine is initializing over here on the right hand side of the screen. So after that, you want to scroll down, and then under task number 1 over here, you want to click on the Start Machine button there as well. So after you've done that, you're going to see that there are 2 different tabs over here. There's one labeled THM Attack Box, and there's another one labeled THM Carnage. So we just need to wait for both of these virtual machines to initialize, and then we can start working on them. So what are we going to be talking about today? We're going to be talking about a bunch of different techniques we can use to move files around. So we're going to be talking about at least 3 or 4 different programs and techniques to move files around on different systems. And when you're doing network pen testing challenges, such as the ones that we do on TryHackMe or Hack the Box or hackmyvm.eu, we're going to be moving files around a lot. So because we don't have all the tools that we want to use on any one system, we usually need to move the files to where our tools are. So that's where file transfer comes in. Anyways, it looks like we've got about a minute before everything comes online. So I'm going to take this opportunity to play a little bird video, and we can just marvel in the lovely birds over here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make this a little smaller so that we can keep track of when the virtual machines are going to come online. There we go. All right. So if anybody doesn't know, this is my bird feeder cam over here, and the bird feeder cam. This is my hobby. I like to set up a little camera and watch the birds come and eat seeds and peanuts and sunflower seeds, all that other good stuff. And it's this is just me sharing my hobby with all of y'all. And I hope you like it, and I hope you enjoy the birds. All right, looks like our virtual machines are coming up online now, so I'm just going to put the birds away. Okay. All right, so we've got the this is the Carnage box. You'll know that this is not the attack box because the wallpaper is different. So this desktop wallpaper has the white stripe over here, and the attack box, this machine has a background which is I'm going to call that dark blue to green over here. Anyways, what we want to do is we want to put both of these machines in full screen so that we can better see what's going on. So what we want to do is we want to move our mouse to the middle of the screen here, and then move all the way down to this button over here. The button is called View in Full Screen. So just click on this View in Full Screen button over here at the bottom of the screen. We have to do it twice. We have to do it once for the attack box, and that's going to put the attack box desktop in its own browser tab over here. This is what we want, and we're going to do the same for the Carnage virtual machine. So we're going to go back to the other TryHackMe page. We're going to click on the Carnage virtual machine, which is down here. And then after the desktop loads up, we're going to go down to the bottom of the screen in the middle and click on this View in Full Screen button once more. Okay. So now we have our Carnage virtual machine in full screen, and we have our attack box in full screen. This is exactly what we want, and what we're going to do is we're going to be switching back and forth between these 2 virtual machines. So this is the attack box, and in the other browser tab we have the Carnage machine. Okay, so we want to start up a terminal in both of these virtual machines. So, for example, in the Carnage machine over here, there's this shortcut button over in the top left corner, and it's beside this little cloud icon here. And this shortcut will open up a terminal CLI interface. So after we do that, we see this terminal open up over here. What we want to do is we want to make this nice and big. So once we're clicked into the terminal window here, we're going to do Control-Shift+ on our keyboard a few times. So the text becomes nice and big, and we can have an easy time looking at this. Okay, we're going to repeat the process for the attack box. So we're just going to go into the other tab, and then we're going to click on the desktop shortcut here. After we've done that, we're going to make this terminal nice and big as well, so it's Control-Shift+. Okay, so now that we've got our environment set up, we have our two terminals, our two servers here that can communicate with each other. So we see here that we've got our IP address. So a very convenient thing is that the IP address for these machines are provided over here. So the IP address for this Carnage machine over here, it is 10.10.194.67, okay? And we see here that the attack box IP is also listed in the prompt here. So another place we can find the IP address is up here in the address bar. So you'll notice that up in the address bar for these machines, there's going to be an IP address over here that we can copy. So we want to copy this. We don't need it right now, but we're definitely going to be using these IP addresses when we're communicating between these two machines. So for example, I just copied the IP address for the attack box over here, and I'm going to go over to the Carnage virtual machine here, and I'm going to see if I can communicate with the attack box. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that with the ping command. So it's going to be ping. I'm going to give it a count of 4, and then we're going to paste in. Oh, we can't paste in. Okay. So another thing that we need to learn how to do is we need to learn how to use the control panel for these two virtual machines. So over on the left-hand side in the middle, there's a little button, and this button opens up the control panel, and from the control panel you can click on the clipboard, and then in the clipboard you can paste in a value, or at least you should be able to paste in a value. Okay, let me get that value again. I'm going to go over to the attack box. I'm going to copy the IP address over here, and then I'm going to go to the clipboard over here. I'm going to paste in that IP address, okay, and then I'm going to close the control bar with this button over here. Then we're going to paste into the terminal. Remember, when you're pasting into a Linux terminal, you have to use Control-Shift and V instead of just Control-V. So it's Control-Shift-V. So we're just going to give that ping command again, like this. This is to make sure that we can communicate with the attack box, which is at this IP address. Okay, so we're just going to give that command. We're going to see that these bytes are going back and forth. It says 4 packets transmitted, 4 received, 0% packet loss. That means we can communicate with the attack box from the Carnage machine over here. So same thing, we can go ahead and make sure that the Carnage machine can be communicated with by the attack box. Up in the address bar here, we're going to copy the IP address. Frank Diaz, hello and welcome to the stream. Welcome on YouTube. Okay, so we've copied the IP address for the Carnage machine. We're going to go back to the attack box, and we're going to open up the clipboard. Tommy, hello, nice to see you here. And we're just learning how to transfer files. Why does it feel like copying this? Hold on. I'm just going to get the actually, you know what? I can just get the IP address from here. Just a second. Okay, so this is the IP address. I'm just gonna highlight it and copy it. Okay, then go over to the attack box, paste it into the clipboard here. And Ronan, hello. Ronan says, do we even need the attack box? So we're demonstrating how to do file transfers. So I prefer to have two different servers with files so we can transfer between each other. But Ronan, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. So we're just gonna ping, and we're gonna give it a C4 and paste in the IP address. Oh, that didn't work so well. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. So we've got communication between the attack box and the Carnage VM. So from here, I'm going to talk about a few different techniques we can use to transfer files between these two machines. So it might seem a bit obvious, but we can obviously, if we've got a small file with only text in it. So for example, if I just create a little file called test.txt and random text contents. Okay, so we now have a file called test.txt, and it has the contents random text contents. So if we wanted to transfer this over to another system, and it's just text, all we need to do is highlight the text and copy it over to our clipboard, and we can transfer files that way. So it might seem a bit silly that this is considered some sort of technique, but from here we just need to, well, we could just, use nano to create a file called test.txt and then recreate the file by just pasting in the contents of that file. So this is how we've effectively transferred a file from one server to another, but all we used was a clipboard. And the good thing about this is that it's completely safe from a security standpoint, because we never transferred any data over the network, and we only used the clipboard as a mode of transmission. So that means we don't have to worry about any insecurities for this method of transfer. Okay, let's talk about another method of transfer. So that was using the clipboard, but generally when you use the clipboard, it's only applicable for text content that is not super long. If you've got like a really big file, then using the clipboard is going to become increasingly difficult. But you can do it. For example, over on the attack box here, we've got this file called burp.json, and if we take a look at the content of that file, it's a bunch of JSON information. But what we can do, so if we were to copy this to our clipboard, it wouldn't be very fun. But we can actually use a couple of tricks to make this easier. So the trick we're going to use is we're going to make this text nice and small. So inside the terminal, we can actually make the terminal smaller with the Control- button. So I'm just going to do Control- until the text is really small, and then I'm going to stretch out the window. And now we can copy a lot more text. So I'm just going to scroll up to the top of the content here. I'm going to copy all the content and scroll to the bottom. So this is nice and easy because we've shrunk the text. Remember that you can do this. This is just a little trick. Okay, so from there we can copy this to our clipboard, and then we can move to our other machine where we want to recreate the file. So I'm just going to nano, and we're just going to call this burp.json. We're going to paste in all the information. Whoops. Oh, I forgot we need to do something special to copy to the clipboard on Hack the Box. Oh, sorry, TryHackMe. Okay, so now that we've copied it to the clipboard, we can now paste it into this virtual machine. So paste in the contents there. Okay, so this is a perfect copy of the file on the other machine. We're going to save this out and confirm the file name. Okay. I need to make this window a little smaller. A little smaller. Okay, that's better. All right, so let's talk about the third method for moving files around. So one thing that we're going to run into is that we're going to come across files that don't have readable text in them, but rather data. So for example, I'm going to get an example. I'm going to locate a little. Actually, I'm going to go back to the attack box, and remember, we made the text nice and small. We're going to make the text big again. A little smaller. Okay. Let me resize the stuff. Okay. So we're going to locate a little picture file. So locate star.jpg. So we've got a small JPEG file over here, and I'm just going to copy this file location. I'm going to copy it over to our current directory. So I'm just going to copy that, paste in, put it in our current directory. Okay, so we've got this pic.jpg file. So how do we move this one? So one method we could use to move it around is we could actually turn the binary data in this file into base64 encoded data. So that makes it easy to move around by using the clipboard. So how do we do this? So for example, if we were to take this JPEG file and were to just read it, then we would get all this trashy looking data. This is what it looks like when machine readable data is read by regular programs in Linux. So this isn't something we can reliably move around. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn this data into base64 encoded data. So let me demonstrate. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to read the file, but we're going to turn it into base64 encoded data by piping the results of reading the file into the base64 command. So when we read this, all of the data bytes inside of pic.jpg are going to be turned into the base64 encoded version of them. So when we give this command, we get this. So the good thing about this is that we can actually copy this to our clipboard and we can move it around, as opposed to the data bytes, which we can't reliably move around by using the clipboard. So all we need to do is just copy all this all the way up until here. We're going to copy this to our clipboard, and then we're going to recreate it by moving over to the other machine, and we're going to put it in the clipboard in there. Clear this. We're going to paste in the base64 encoded data, and we're going to close the clipboard. Okay, so I'm going to create a file called nanopic.b64. So I give it this extension b64 because it's base64 encoded data that we're going to put in here. So we're just going to edit this in the Nano text editor, and then we're going to paste in that data. Okay, so now that the data is pasted in, we're going to save this out. So save this. Okay, and in order to turn the pic.b64 file back into its original form, which was called pic.jpg, we're going to read pic.b64, and we're going to pipe that into base64 again, but this time we're going to decode it with the -d argument here. And so the result of that, we're going to redirect into a file called pic.jpg, and this is going to restore the file into its original form. Okay, so now we see that there is the original file here, pic.jpg. If we take a look at the contents of that file by using the file command, we see that it is JPEG image data. So we actually didn't talk about how to open these files. So to open a file with its default program, we can give this command. It's called xdg-open. So this is a pretty standard command in the on Linux systems, and it's going to try to open whatever file that you give it with its default program. So if we do xdg open pic.jpg, it's going to use an image viewing program to open up this file. Okay, and this is the contents of pic.jpg. I think we can make this bigger. Yeah, we can take a look at this. It's nice and big. Let's go over to the attack box just to make sure that this is the same file. We're going to open it up here as well. So it's xdg-open pic.jpg. Okay, I'm not too sure why we get a bunch of errors when we try to use this program, but that's how we open up files when we don't know which program we're supposed to open it up with. Okay, so all right. So people might be asking, this works for small files, but what happens if the binary data is really, really big? Well, if the binary data is really, really big, we need to find alternatives for. Oh, we've got ads going on in Twitch right now. Thank you very much for redeeming the Stellar Jays. Thank you very much. So, okay, so during the ads on Twitch, we're going to take a little bird break. I always start the bird breaks by playing this lovely video of two little Stellar Jays having a bath. And I hope everybody likes this. I'm going to take a little break to have a little bit of water. Just a second. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Vladimir Volkov on YouTube says, "This is excellent. Thanks for sharing." Well, thank you for being here, Vladimir Volkov. All right, so we're just going to put the birds away, and then let's continue. Okay, so that was our commercial break. Unfortunately, we have to take breaks every once in a while because they're mandatory because I'm streaming on Twitch. But they actually give me a good opportunity to take a little break and have some water. So it's kind of a blessing in disguise. All right, so what we were talking about. We're talking about some other methods of moving files over. So the next method I'm going to teach you is the proper way of moving files around. So if you've got two Linux servers and you want to move files around, you usually want to use the scp command. So the scp command stands for secure copy, but there are a couple of requirements to use the secure copy program. So first of all, you need to have valid credentials on the system that you want to download the file from. And the second thing is that both of the servers have to be using both have to have SSH, because the secure copy program uses SSH to move files around. So how do we do it? So the secure copy command that we usually use, it's going to look a little bit something like this. Let me demonstrate. Oh, we have to. Okay, I need to paste in things. Clear this. Okay. So the command is going to be scp and then the name of the remote user at whatever remote user it is, whatever remote server it is. So in this case, we're going to give the IP address of the Carnage virtual machine, and then we need to do colon and then slash and then the path to the file that we want to download. And then after that, we need to give the path that we want to save it to. So let me demonstrate. So actually, I'm not going to do this command from the attack box. We're going to do this from the other machine. So the file that we want to move over is going to be this burp.json file. Okay. So we're going to go over here. Why did this go weird? Let me reload this. Okay, okay. That's... I don't know why it went strange. Okay, so let me grab the command. So in the clipboard, I need to paste in my command. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to reach out to the attack box on the root account at this IP address over here, and we're going to access the file located at root.burp.json, and we're going to save it to the current directory over here called, and we're going to name the file burp.json. So I think I need to change out the IP address. This IP address isn't correct. So I'm just going to grab the IP address here, 10.10.223.164, 223.164. Okay. So the other thing we need to do is we need to grab the password for the root user. So in the attack box, along with the IP address, there's actually the password for the root user in the address bar. So I'm just going to copy the password for the root user on the attack box, and I'm going to use it because I need to use it to download that file. So over here, just going to paste this into the clipboard. That didn't copy over. Okay, hold on. I need to copy that again. Over here. Copy this. Clear it. Okay, that's the password. Okay, so when we give this command, we're basically logging into the attack box as the root user, and then we need to supply the root user's password. After we've done that, we're going to download the burp.json file. So let's give that command. It's going to ask us if we want to continue connecting. The answer is yes. We need to paste in the password here. And then after we've done that, we see that we've successfully downloaded the burp.json file. Okay, so if we take a look at what's in our directory here, we see that the burp.json file is here. So if anybody, actually the burp.json file was here before. Let's delete the file, and then let's try that command again, just to make sure that we did it correctly. Okay, so we need to provide the password again. Oh, I need to get the password one more time. Just a second. Okay, let's paste in that password. Huh. Let me paste in the password. Okay, so now we've managed to successfully download the burp.json file again. Okay. All right, so there are a couple of other ways that we can transfer files over as well. So let me remove the burp.json file here, and also remove the pic.jpg file. So the next method we're going to talk about is how we can use Python. So Python is usually installed by default on most Linux servers, so we can use Python to stand up a HTTP server to transfer files. So first of all, we need to figure out which version of Python is being run on this particular box. So maybe it's Python 3? Yeah. Okay. So the thing to understand here is that the command to stand up an HTTP server with Python is going to be different between Python 3 and Python 2. So you need to know which version of Python is running on the system. So when we're using Python 3, the command is going to look like this. So it's Python 3 -m HTTP server, and then we have to choose a port number to host our server on. So we can do http.server 8888, and after we give this command, everything. Actually, no. I need to move into a different server because we want to download another file. We're going to move into the downloads analysis directory. Oh, no. It has to be home, Ubuntu, downloads. Oh, it's desktop. Desktop. And then there's an analysis directory here. Okay. All right. So now that we're here, we want to share this carnage.pcap file over to the attack box. So we're going to stand up our HTTP server with Python. Let me just grab, where's that command? There it is. Okay. So one thing we have to understand when we're using Python to stand up an HTTP server is that it's only going to serve whatever files are in the directory that we're currently in. So we're in the desktop analysis directory. So everything in this directory is going to be served. So no other directories aside from this directory and any other subdirectories are going to be available. Okay, so let me change out my music. I feel like some FTP. Just a second. Yes, much better. Okay. Okay, so when we start the server, then this carnage.pcap file is going to be available on the web. So let's start this up. So we need to keep track of what IP address this is as well, because we're going to need the IP address to access the file. So let me go ahead and grab the IP address here in the address bar. Okay, then we're going to go over to the attack box, and there are a couple of different options. We can actually access the file from the web browser. So I'm just going to start up the web browser in the attack box. And from the web browser here, we're just going to, let me paste in the IP address. Okay, clipboard. Oh, for some reason it didn't copy over. Copy. Why won't you copy? Okay, let me try that one more time. Copy that over to the clipboard over here. Okay. Alright, from there we can paste this into the web browser. We have to append this with an HTTP. And we have to give it the correct port. Remember, we started the Python web browser, or web server rather, on port 8888. So we need to supply this when we're accessing it from the web browser. So we see here that we have a directory listing, and the file that we're hosting on the other server over here is inside. So we can just copy this, we can just download this like we would any other file on the web. So we can just right-click and then save link as. And we're going to save this as carnage.pcap. Okay, we're going to save it. And then it's going to download from the web browser. And then we're going to see in our directory here, we now have the... Oh, this is probably in the downloads directory. Okay, so we now have the carnage.pcap file in this directory here. All right. So the other way we can access this file is we can use wget. So this is probably the not every environment is going to have access to a web browser. So the more reliable method is just to use wget and then paste in the IP address, supply the port number, supply the HTTP at the beginning, and at the end we need to specify the file that we want. So we want the carnage.pcap file. So we're just going to use this command to download the file from the HTTP server that we stood up with Python on the other server. Give the command, and that's going to download the file. And now the carnage.pcap file is in our directory. Okay. So one thing to note that when we use Python to transfer files like this, this is not necessarily OPSEC safe. Anybody who's sniffing traffic across the network is going to be able to determine what data is being sent over the wire, because this is an HTTP server. It's not an HTTPS server. So the information that's being sent across the network is not encrypted, and anybody who's sniffing on over this network interface would be able to intercept the data. And if it's sensitive data, then that would be a big problem. But for most CTF challenges, it's not a very big deal at all. But just keep in mind that this is not necessarily a safe way of transferring files over. Okay, we're gonna go over one more method of transferring files, and then we'll wrap up today's session. So we're going to kill the HTTP, the Python server over here, and then we're going to figure out how to move this file one more time. So this carnage.pcap file, it's a mix of strings and data, so we can't necessarily move it around unless we use some sort of dedicated program. And there's actually one program that's common to almost all Linux distributions that we can use to move this around, and that's the netcat. That's the netcat program. A lot of people don't know that you can use netcat to do file transfer, and I'm going to show you how. So we want to move it over to our attack box. We want to move this file over to the attack box. So we're going to go over to the attack box, and first of all, well, carnage.pcap is here. Let's delete it. Okay. From there, what we need to do is we need to set up a netcat listener that's going to receive a file and save the output. And the way we do that is like this. So we're going to give the netcat command. We're going to put it in listening mode. Thank you very much for following DV Cone. Let me know how to pronounce your name. But thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. You are now a HackerFrog. Okay, so we do netcat and listening mode. We have to provide a port. We're going to do port 8888, and we're going to save the output by redirecting it into, we're going to call this carnage.pcap. Let's see, the V is supposed to be upside down A. Oh, okay. Dacone. Is that how you're supposed to pronounce the name? Please let me know. Okay, so this is the netcat command we need to do on the receiving side. So it's going to be netcat listening on port 8888, redirect it to carnage.pcap. So the next thing we need to do is we need to copy our IP address, and then we need to go over to the other machine and send the file. So this is the IP address. Okay, let's go over to the other machine. The other machine, we need to paste in the IP address. Okay, great. Okay, so from this side, we've got the carnage.pcap over here. We're going to give this netcat command to send the file over. So it's netcat, and then it's going to be wait 3 seconds before timeout, and then the receiver's IP address. So this is the receiver's IP address here. We need to supply a port. So it's going to be 8888. and we need to supply some information that we're going to send. So we're going to send, and this is the less than sign. We're going to send carnage.pcap. So after we give this command, it's going to open up a connection to the listening port on the attack box, and it's going to send this file over here, carnage.pcap. So we run the command, and then over on the attack box, oh, we didn't we didn't start the listener. Okay, let me start the listener over here. Start the listener. Okay. So the listener is now listening. We need to go back to the other machine. We need to give the command one more time. And now we're going to be transferring the file right now. So the file transfer finishes, and we get our console back. Over here, we see that the listener is no longer listening, and if we take a look in our directory, we've saved a file called carnage.pcap. So this is convenient because we have netcat on all of our Linux servers, but the problem here is the same problem as as standing up the Python server, in that netcat doesn't send encrypted information. So if we use netcat to transfer files, anybody who might be listening to the network traffic would be able to intercept all of the data that's being sent back and forth. This is also a problem when you're doing netcat reverse shells. Every netcat reverse shell command is sent in the clear, so we need to be very careful when we're using netcat when we need to be careful about security stuff, because by default netcat doesn't do any encryption, and in real life scenarios it would be a security risk. Let's see. On Kick, Sinisterurum? I'm not too sure. Sinisterurum? It's like HTTP and HTTPS. Yes, that's correct. So HTTP is not encrypted, but HTTPS is encrypted. So this is something we have to pay attention to. Dacone says, found you from InfoSec streams. Well, thank you very much. I certainly am. I do like to promote everybody that's in the InfoSec streams community. And for anybody who doesn't know, the InfoSec streams community is a bunch of people who do cybersecurity related content on live stream, like Twitch and on YouTube. Pwn College is on as well. Pwn College is a great website for learning about cybersecurity. Let me just do a quick plug for them. So it's pwn.college. If you're interested in learning about cybersecurity, this is a great place to go. Here you go. Okay, but now that we've demonstrated a few different ways to transfer files, we're going to start wrapping up. If anybody has any questions about any other methods, any of the methods we use to move files around, or if you have any questions about other file transfer methods, please let us know in the chat. But otherwise, we're just going to start wrapping up and then go into the next part of today's stream. All right, so that was moving files around. If you're interested in doing network pen testing or doing CTF exercises, moving files around is something you're going to have to do a lot. So it's important to know what methods are out there and the pros and cons of each. All right, so I'm just going to close out both of these virtual machines, and I'm going to terminate them both. Okay, so let's move on to the next part of today's stream. In the next part of today's stream, we're going to be doing some Windows hacking. So everybody well, not everybody, but a lot of people take issue with when they're learning cybersecurity, because they learn a lot about Linux and they don't learn very much about Windows. So we're going to be doing some hacking against a Windows target today, and we're going to take a look at how hacking Windows targets is different from hacking Linux targets. There are some things that are similar and some things that are different, and we're going to highlight each one of those as we go along. So for anybody who's wondering what machine we're going to be covering for this demonstration, we're going to be covering this machine over here. It's called Liar, and it's hosted over at hackmyvm.eu. Here's the link. Okay. So everybody, so for this demonstration, well, I mean, if you want to play along, what you need to do is you need to download the virtual machine that's associated with this challenge and deploy it on your virtual machine network, and then you need to put it on the same network as a security testing machine. So something like a Kali Linux or a Parrot OS. And let's, oh, I need to do a YouTube intro and outro. All right, here's my YouTube intro. Eventually I'm going to turn these into YouTube videos. So everybody say hi, YouTube. All right, so this is a guided walkthrough for the Liar machine that is hosted on hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do when we do one of these challenges is we need to locate the machine on... Dacone says, hi, YouTube. Thank you, thank you. The first thing we need to do for any of these challenges is we need to locate the machine on the network. So I have the machine started up. Let me demonstrate. It's running over here in this little window, and an extra bonus to the difficulty on this machine is that this is a Spanish version of Windows, so I might need to be translating from Spanish every once in a while. Anyways, I'm going to put this away, and then I'm going to try to locate the machine on my network. Vladimir says, here from YouTube. Hi. Yeah, so eventually you're going to see this uploaded to the YouTube channel. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to use Nmap to locate the machine on the network, and we need to figure out which network interface we're using. I think we're using the ETH1 interface, so this is going to be the network over here. Let me copy that. And Sinisterum, here from Kick. Hello, nice to see you. Okay, so we're gonna scan this network range over here, and we're gonna do what is called a ping scan, a ping sweep. So ping sweeping is basically trying to figure out which machines are up on a network, and we do that with this argument over here, -sn. It means that we're just going to send some ping packets and try to figure out if the machine is responding to them or not, or which machines on the network range respond. So it comes back pretty quickly, and we see that there is IP address 115 and 116 up. So another thing we need to do is we need to figure out what the IP address for our own machine is. So our interface is ETH1, which means that our internet address, our IP address is 116. So aside from 116, there's 115 up. So we need to scan against this IP address. So let's copy that. And let's run our initial Nmap scan. So whenever I do CTF challenges like this, these are the Nmap arguments I like to use. So we do it very verbose. We do common scripts and versioning information on any services we find. We run it on 4 threads, which means it's very fast but not too fast. And we scan against every port, which is this argument here, -p-. So we're going to run it against the machine to try to figure out what ports on the target are open. So the reason why we run it very verbose is that when we run it very verbose, we're going to get output from the program before the scan finishes. This is very important. So we see here that we've got port 445, port 139, port 135, and port 80 open. So it's probably going to find some more ports open on the system. In particular, there are usually a bunch of ports on the 40,000 range that are open on Windows targets. And it looks like we've got ads coming up on Twitch. And when there are ads happening on Twitch, we need to take a little break. But luckily, I've got some bird videos that we can all watch. How about these sparrows? So we're just going to watch the bird video for a couple of minutes while the ads are running on Twitch. Here you go. And I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little sip of water. If anybody has any questions, the break is a very good opportunity to type in chat and to ask questions. But let me have that water break just a second. I was mute. Oh man, I had so much. I was talking so much and I was muted. I need to stop muting when I take my little water breaks. Okay, let me explain that one more time. Okay, so we see here that there's port 80 on the machine, and that means that there's a web page. That means that there is a web page that is associated with this machine. So we're going to visit the web page that's associated with this machine on the web browser. So on the web page, we access the this web page on this IP address, and we get this message. It says, "Hey bro, you asked for an easy Windows VM. Enjoy it." So signed, Nika. So Nika. So this is actually very important information for us, because Nika is a potential username on the target. So we can take Nika's username and we can try to do some enumeration with this username. So we're just going to copy this, and we're going to keep in mind that this is an easy Windows VM, and what we're going to do is we're going to try to do some brute force attacks with the Nika username and try to determine their password. So when we hack against Windows targets, there's a certain program that we like to use, and the program is called netexec. So the netexec program is pretty much a one-stop shop for Windows hacking and enumeration, network pen testing. But there are some things that it can't do. But it used to be that we had to use a lot of different programs to hack against Windows machines. But netexec has taken the place of a lot of them. So in this case, we're going to use netexec to scan against the target, and I do believe it is 116. Is it 116 or 115? It's 115. And we're going to scan against the SMB service, which is ports 139 and 445, which we saw were open. We're going to try the Nico username, and we're going to try to brute force their password with all the passwords from the rocku.txt file. So the rocku.txt file is a list of 14 million passwords, and we're going to compare these 14 million passwords against the Nico user over here and try to figure out if they are using one of these passwords on this list. So it's a pretty common word list that we use when we're doing brute forcing. So when we use netexec with the rocku.txt list, we need to give this particular argument here, ignore password decoding. Okay, so when we run this command, we're going to try to compare the Nico username, and we're going to try to determine their password by comparing it with all these passwords over here. So let's give the command. So Vladimir Volkov asks, could this generally always be the first step? So it wouldn't always be the first step. There are a lot of other things that we could enumerate on the box before we get around to doing brute forcing. But in this case, there are no other avenues that lead to anything good. So this is the only thing left. So I will say that brute forcing is usually the last thing that you do when you run out of other options. It's also something that you want to do when you have some spare time. So you might want to run a brute forcing attack while you're doing other scans and looking at other places on the server. But brute forcing usually isn't the first thing you do. And another thing is that another reason why brute forcing wouldn't be your first step when you're trying to do some hacking against a Windows target is that there could be user lockouts associated with too many bad password attempts. So in this case, because it's an easy Windows box, we're not going to run into those problems. But it's something you need to keep in mind when the challenges are more realistic or more difficult than this one. So anyways, we're going to leave that running for a little while. And in the meantime, let's take a look at the Nmap scan. So the Nmap scan goes pretty slow. I'm not too sure why, but let's talk a little bit about the other ports that we found over here. So like I mentioned before, port 445 and 139 are associated with the SMB service. So it's these ports that we interact with when we do something like use netexec to brute force against the SMB service over here. So port 80 is a web port, of course, and there are a bunch of ports that we find on the 40,000 range, like this one, and these other ones, and those are associated with the RPC service. And those are basically a bunch of ports that do miscellaneous Windows services, and you're usually going to find quite a few of them on any open Windows target. The other significant find as far as open ports is this one right here, 5985. So this port is associated with the WinRM service, and that's basically a way for administrators to log into a system with the PowerShell terminal. Okay, so let's see if we manage to brute force that password. Okay, it is still going. So, I wonder. So what we need to do to finish this box is we need to wait for the so spoiler alert, we need to wait to crack this to get this password before we can move on in the box. So status login failure, okay. I think actually I've got a couple of slides prepared as well. Let me go ahead and go to the slides. I need to download the file. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about the WinRM service. So the WinRM service is a service we're going to be using to access the machine, and this is the WinRM service, otherwise known as the Windows Remote Management Service. It's usually abbreviated to WinRM, and this service provides a PowerShell terminal access to a Windows server, and it is open on port 5985, if I remember correctly. WinRM access is usually limited to administrator level users, but it's not guaranteed. Not every administrator level user is going to have access to WinRM, and sometimes it's granted to non-administrators, which can be a little bit confusing. So the typical method of access for WinRM is through a PowerShell terminal, but Linux users can use the evil WinRM program to interact with the service. So we're going to be demonstrating how to do that in just a little bit after we crack the password. And let's go back to the terminal and see if we crack that password yet. We have not. Okay. So, I've got a decision here to make. So do we wait for the cracking to finish, or do I tell everybody the password and we just move on from there? Let us know what you want, what you would prefer in the chat. Because otherwise we might be sitting here for a few minutes while this thing finishes while the brute forcing finishes up. Password lol, let it crack. Let it crack, Yolind Pico. Password sounds good. I think we get the idea of brute force. Decon says password, okay. Let it crack. Let it crack. Okay, well, let me, Vladimir Volkov says don't wait. All right. So we're going to leave this running in the background. I'm going to tell it, I know what the password is, and we're going to go over to the, and we're going to start using the other service first. So let me take a look here. Okay. All right, so this is how we access So what we would do is we would use netexec to make sure. Let me get rid of this. We would use winrm to confirm the user and their password. So for example, we've got Nico, right? So the username is Nico, and the password that we found was hardcore. And what we would do is we would make sure that these credentials are correct by using netexec. So netexec smb, the same IP address, user Nico, password hardcore. We need to make sure that this is correct. It is not correct. Huh. Oh, it's not Nico, it's Nika. Is it Nika? It is Nika. I spelled that incorrectly. Listen, everybody. If you don't spell something correctly, you do not get to hack. If you do not spell something correctly, you do not get to hack. Please keep that in mind. Okay, I've been giving the wrong username this entire time. Okay, so it's Nika, not Nico. Let's try that again. But for everybody at home, please spell everything correctly, because if you don't spell correctly, you can't hack. All right, all right. All right, Nika. It's Nika, and the password is hardcore. So let's check that the username is Nika and the password is hardcore. Okay, so we get this result over here. So the plus sign in netexec means that this is correct. All right, so if we know that they have access via SMB, but we can actually check to see if they have access via any other service as well. So SMB is just one of the services we found. The other service that we found was the winrm service. So we can give the same command, but we can change the protocol over here. So we're going to change this from SMB to winrm, and we're going to use the same credentials, Nika and hardcore, to figure out if this user can access the system using winrm. Okay, so we get this message over here. We do have access as Nika with the password hardcore. It says pwned over here. So the reason why it says pwned is because it's assumed that only administrator level users have access to winrm, which means that if we're able to find a correct credential match, then we basically have administrator access to the system. In this case, that's not really true. But let's take a look at the brute force over here. So the brute force was also able to figure out that Nika's password was hardcore, because we did a brute force attack against Nika with the entire rocku.txt word list. 14 million passwords. Okay, let's move on. So now that we know that they have access via winrm, we can log into the system with the evil winrm program. So evil winrm is basically a program that we can use to interface with the winrm protocol, and we need to provide an IP address, we need to provide a username, and we need to use a password. So this might be a little bit advanced, but instead of a password, you can provide a password hash, and that's also going to get the job done. But in this case, we have a password, so we're going to supply the password. So when we run evil winrm, it's going to log us in, and this is going to be a PowerShell prompt. So PowerShell, of course, is the special language that that Windows uses to do administration stuff. And we are now in. So I have to put on my scary hacker voice and say that we're in. Hold on. Put on voice changer, and then put on the scary hacker voice movie. There we go.
Hey guys, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out whenever we break into a server, and we broke in. Well, Well, Nika, you told us that you were going to give us an easy Windows VM. Well, it doesn't get easier than brute forcing the credentials with NetExec, now does it? Huh. Well, maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you accepted the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
All right, so now we're in. Correct. Okay, great. So the first thing we need to do is we need to do a little bit of enumeration on the system. So to enumerate a Windows system, we usually want to figure out who are we and what privileges we have. So we can run the whoami/priv command on Windows to figure out what privileges a particular user has. So in this case, we have to translate from Spanish because this is a Spanish version of Windows. But the names of the privileges don't change. It says we have SE change notify privilege and SE increase working set privilege. So these by themselves don't necessarily give us privilege escalation on the target. So what we need to do is we need to find some way to elevate our privileges on this particular server. Decon says, oh, what is this one? It says rooted, and we're not rooted yet, but we're getting closer. Thank you very much for following Coma1v9. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now HackerFrog. Hey, we haven't done any of our redeems in a while. Why don't we give us this is a new video redeem, and this is from the War Games movie. You might recognize it.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
All right, welcome to the stream, Coma.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
It's repeated.
How about global thermonuclear war?
How about global thermonuclear war? All right, so yeah, great to see you here. Okay, so we need to figure out how to elevate our privileges on the system. So one thing we can do is we can try to figure out what other users exist on the system. We could use a command to do that. Of course, we can just go over to the C users directory and then take a look at what's in here. So we found a couple of other users on the system. In this case, in the home directory and the users directory, we've got our account, Nika, and we have the standard administrator account, but in this case, it's Spanish. So it's not administrator, it's administrador. And there's this other user over here called Akanksha. We actually don't know. We didn't know about this user previously, so we can actually do some enumeration about the Akanksha user. One thing we can do is we can do this command, net user, and then the name of the user, Akanksha. Okay, so this is going to tell us all of the user information about this particular user on the system. I can't speak Spanish, but I do know that this is important information right here. So it says member of the group the local group member of this one over here. So this looks suspiciously like administrators. So if we have administrator access to the system, we basically own the system. So let's talk a little bit about this in our presentation. So we're talking about privilege escalation, brute force admin creds. So we were able to discover another user account on the system, and through brute force password attack, we determined their password. Let's see. So what we're going to do is we're going to brute force Akanksha's password as well. Now that we know that there is an Akanksha user on the system, we're going to try to brute force their password as well. Hold on, I need to keep the music running. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We know that the Akanksha user is an administrator, so if we're able to brute force their password, that means we're going to get administrator access to the system. But there are a couple of things that are getting in the way of that, but let's do this one step at a time. So we're going to go back to our Kali Linux terminal where we were doing brute forcing, and this time, instead of the Nika user, we're going to brute force the Akanksha user. So let's just run this. So we're going to brute force again, and not too sure exactly how long this is going to take. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Let me take a look at my notes. Okay, that didn't take too long. Alright, so we were able to use brute forcing to figure out the Akanksha user's password. So the password is sweetgirl. So what we're going to do is we're going to figure out what access the Akanksha user has. So the password is sweetgirl, and we need to figure out if they have SMB access. So this is just confirming that this is the correct password. So we do have SMB access as the Akanksha user on the server. The next thing we need to do is we need to figure out if they have WinRM access. Because if they have WinRM access, we've basically finished the box. So the problem here is that the Akanksha user does not have WinRM access, which means we can't just use evil WinRM to log in as Akanksha, but there are a couple of things we can do to get around this. So let's talk about it. So, like we said earlier, we're able to discover another user account on the system, and through brute force password attack, we determined what their password is. When we looked up that user's privileges on the system, we discovered that they're in the administrators group. So, if we can gain shell access as this user, we've effectively rooted the system. So this is where, because we don't have, this user doesn't have access to the WinRM service, we're going to instead use this program. So this is the run as program, because we do have shell access, but not as the Akanksha user, but as the Nika user. So if we are limited to CLI access, there are only certain types of user accounts that we can use for remote access. One workaround is to use the Windows run as command, which allows commands to be run on the system in the context of another user. So we can do run as and specify a user to run it as. It's going to ask us for the password of the user, and then we can run the program with the run as command. So I'm going to demonstrate this. We can't do clear or CLS. Oh, that's not great. Okay, so we're gonna try using the run as command, and let me take a look at the syntax. Run as /user Akanksha, and we're gonna try to run a shell, which is cmd.exe. cmd.exe. So the problem here is that we don't get an opportunity to put in the password in this particular system when we run evil WinRM. So we can't use run as to become the Akanksha user. So, but there is an alternative. So there are limitations to the run as command as well, because it requires interactive password input, which is not always possible. So we just demonstrated that if we try to use run as on this system, it doesn't let us enter our password interactively. So as an alternative, we're going to use another program, which is called run as CS, which was created with these kind of circumstances in mind. So when we run the run as CS program, it's basically the same as running run as, except that we can supply the password in the command itself, so we don't have to worry about interactive password input over here. So let's download this program. So we're just going to go over to Google and we're going to search up GitHub, and it's called Run as CS. Okay, so we're just going to go over to the GitHub page. If anybody's curious, this is the link. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so what we're going to do is we're just going to take a little break. But during the break, we're going to enjoy the birds. Alright, so I'm just going to take a little sip of water, just a second. Got another 40 seconds or so of ads, but like I said, if you have any questions or any comments or anything at all you'd like to talk about during the break, it's only about a minute, but you can go ahead and ask. I like how we've got this intense music going on. There's a squirrel crawls in and grabs some peanuts. Okay, we're back. All right, so we're at the Run As GitHub project page over here, and what we need to do is we need to grab a version of Run As. So on the GitHub page, they've got this releases link over here, so we can go ahead and get that file. So this is a precompiled binary. We're going to grab the link, and then we're going to download the file. So on Kali Linux, we're just going to wget and download that file. That's going to download a zip file. So we see there's the zip file here. We're going to unzip it. And that's going to unzip two binaries here. So there's runascs.exe, and then there's the .NET version 2 version. So we're going to upload this file right here. So we're just going to copy the name. And then what we can do from our evil WinRM terminal here is we can upload files. So this is a feature of the evil WinRM program. It's very convenient. So what we need to do is just do this command right here. So it's upload and then the name of the file. So it's automatically going to access files from the directory that it was started from. So we're just going to upload runascs.exe. Okay, upload successful. We see that upload successful. Am I not able to write to this directory? I think it didn't write because I'm not able to write to this directory here. So we need to move into another directory. I'm going to move into the Nika directory. And then I'm going to upload the file again. Okay, so the run as CS binary is here. We've uploaded it. And we're going to run this to try to get a reverse shell as the Akanksha user. So in order to do that, we first need to set up a reverse shell listener. So we're going to run rlwrap. This is something I've adapted pretty recently. So rlwrap is a program that we can run with Netcat in order to give Netcat some additional functionality. So we can do command history, and we can also move around inside of our terminal, and that's because of the RL wrap program. Anyways, let's start up our reverse shell listener. We're running it on port 443, and what we need to do to establish a reverse shell connection is we need a couple of different pieces of information. So we need the port number that our listener is on, so it's on 443. And another thing we need to do is we need to figure out our IP address. So we're using the ETH1 interface, and the IP address is this right here. So I'm just going to copy that. Then we're going to go over to our evil WinRM terminal, and we're going to run as CS over here. So it's just going to be // run as cs.exe, and let me get my notes. Okay, so run as cs.exe, and then the username, akanksha, and then the password, sweet girl. We're going to run cmd.exe, and we're going to do a reverse shell to this IP address on this port. Veristic Tech says, just want free Wi-Fi, bro. Nice to see you here, Veristic Tech, and welcome to the stream on YouTube. Let's give you a fun Nyan Cat. It's a meme from the past, but it's still fun now. Wow, that's really loud. Let me turn that down a little bit for next time. If anybody else found that really loud, please let us know in the chat. And if you thought it was an appropriate volume, please let us know that you didn't think it was too loud. Thank you. Let's see. CyberApple on Kick says, hello, and good evening to you as well. Nice to see you here, CyberApple. Okay, so this command is going to create a reverse shell as the Akanksha user, who's an administrator. And basically, if we're able to catch this reverse shell, we've effectively pwned the system. Okay, so let's run the command. So it says running in session 0. Okay. Async process with PID 1492 created in background. Okay. All right. So everybody thought it was very loud. Okay. So I'm just playing around with the volumes for the alerts, and I want to make sure that everything is a correct volume. So thank you very much for telling us that it was too loud. Okay. So if we check over at our reverse shell listener, we see here that we now have a shell. So this is Windows System 32. Oh, this is that's really big. CLS clear. Okay, we can't run clear. That's fine. If we ask who am I, we're the Akanksha user, and if we do who am I priv. No, it's not who am I priv. It's net user. Net user Akanksha. We see that we're in the administrators group. So we've effectively rooted the system because we have access to an administrator account. Okay, so that means we have to do our root redeem. So hopefully this isn't too loud. Type clear in Spanish. I think the commands themselves are the same. Actually, maybe they're not. What is clear in Spanish? Windows CLS command Spanish. I don't see I don't see one. It should be CLS. Yeah, CLS just does this. It doesn't do very much. Anyways, let's redeem this one over here.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we are now an administrator user on the system, which basically means we've rooted the system. If we move into C users administrator, administrator. Okay, we're able to enter this directory first of all, and then we have access to the root.txt file. So I don't like to reveal flags on these live streams, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this. So we're going to type root.txt, and we're going to redirect the output from that into a file called iReadRoot.txt. Okay, and because we're able to do that, and because iReadRoot.txt and root.txt are the same size, I'm going to consider myself to have read the root.txt file. And reading the root.txt file is basically how you finish all of these CTF challenges. So there's going to be a user flag and a root flag. Because we're able to read the root flag, we've effectively finished the challenge. All right, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the liar challenge from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, everybody, we're not actually leaving. That's just something I have to record for YouTube. But thank you very much to everybody for sticking around. If you have any questions about any of the techniques we used to finish this box, please let us know in the chat. But otherwise, Vladimir says, "Well done. That was great. Appreciate you sharing." Well, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for the kind words, Vladimir. And yeah, I mean, I like to help people get into cybersecurity, and a lot of people say that when you do cybersecurity, you're only learning about Linux. So I wanted to demonstrate that that we can start to learn about Windows hacking as well. So one thing about Windows hacking is that Windows hacking is very SMB centric, because every Windows machine uses the SMB protocol. Well, I mean, not everyone, but pretty much every Windows machine uses SMB. And when you're hacking against SMB, you're usually using the netexec program. So if you're doing network pentest challenges, all of the heavy lifting is done by the netexec program. You use it to determine what users have access to what. You can use it to figure out which shares people have access to, and you can use it for brute forcing. It's pretty much the primary tool you're using when you're doing Windows hacking. But anyways, let's move on to our final challenge of the day, and this one might take a while, because this is a free hacking challenge against a CTF box that I've never looked at before. So sometimes I get stuck, and sometimes it is very, very tedious. But hopefully that doesn't happen today. All right, so let's first of all, let's do a little bit of cleanup. I don't need any of this stuff anymore. So let's delete all these files. Let's get rid of the zip file. Actually, I think the zip file is already gone. Okay. All right, so the last challenge we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing the T800 challenge. So the T800 challenge is also on HackMyVM, and let's get the link for that. Okay, here we go. If anybody wants to take a look at this themselves, if anybody wants to do this challenge alongside us, then that would be great. And what you need to do is you need to download the VM and deploy it on your virtual machine network along with your security VM like Kali Linux or Parrot OS. Anyways, let me start up the challenge. I need to shut down this previous Windows box, and then I need to start up the new box. Let me reset my terminals. Okay, so let me start up the virtual machine. Of course, all of these machines have to be deployed to your virtual machine network. I'm just powering up the virtual machine now. As you can see over here, it is some sort of Linux. And I'm going to leave it. Actually, does it give us the IP address? So if it gives us the IP address, then I don't have to look it up. So it says hostname T800, IP address 10.0.2.102. Okay, this is good. I don't need to look up the IP address anymore. I know that this is 102. Okay, let's start hacking. So we're going to nmap against this IP address. It is 10.0.2.102. And let's see what we find. Okay, so we find port 80 and port 800. 800 is unusual. Okay, so what do we find? So we got port 80. It's running Nginx. So Nginx is another type of web server software. The major types of web server software on Linux servers are Apache or Nginx. I'm pretty sure Nginx is the majority of web servers for Linux, but Nginx is going to run another chunk of them. And I think Nginx is preferred by people who like to do load balancing or like proxy servers. And that's why people prefer Nginx over Apache. So we also find port 800. 800 is running SSH. So SSH is not running on a standard port in this case. It's running on port 800. I don't know why. So you can put your networking services on ports that are not the standard ports, but it's not really very. I mean, I'm sure people have their reasons, but it's not something you want to do for security because people are going to be able to find these services anyways. Okay, so port 80, we should probably enumerate this HTTP web page. So there are a few different tools that we like to use for web page enumeration. So the first one is going to be Nikto. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner, and the syntax for it is pretty easy. That's why I like to run it first. It can also give you some good results, especially if the web app is running very old software. So we're just going to run this. We're going to leave it running, and we're going to move over to another tab and run another tool. So this next tool is the Derb tool. So Derb is it's a pretty old web app endpoint fuzzer, but like Nikto, the word list that it uses is very useful if you're scanning against an older web app. So I'm just going to run Derb and see what it can find. It found robots.txt. So for anybody who doesn't know, robots.txt is a file that administrators can put on their web page to indicate which files should and should not be indexed by search engine robots, like the ones that are used by Google and Yahoo. Is Yahoo still around? And by any other search engine company. Okay, so Nginx, so Nikto wasn't able to find anything in this case, but that's fine. So before we do manual enumeration, we're gonna run one more web app enumeration tool, and that web app enumeration tool is called GoBuster. So GoBuster is a web app directory busting tool, and directory busting is basically trying to figure out which directories and endpoints exist on a particular web server. Probably not PHP pages on this Nginx server, but I can look for them anyways. So we're going to indicate a number of extensions, file extensions to look for, such as PHP, TXT, HTML, zip, back, etc. And we're going to use a word list, and in this case we're going to use a big word list over here of different directory names. Okay, so let's run this. And then we can investigate this, what? I did not expect a sexy directory. Who expected the sexy directory? Not me. All right, so let's go ahead and check out this website. So this is the website right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at it in our web browser. What is this? No, does anybody recognize who this is? Is this a person I should know? This box is called T800. Does T800 refer to something super special? That's Richard. Oh, Daniel. Daniel on YouTube says that's Richard. Are we talking about Richard? Are we talking about GNU Richard? Wait, let me look this up. So Wikipedia. Where are we? Here. Let's see. GNU Foundation. Richard Stallman. Is this Richard Stallman? Is that Richard Stallman? Oh, okay. Let me compare this. So, let me put this in a new tab. So this is Richard Stallman, and this is Richard Stallman. Is this the same person? It kind of looks like the same person. All right. Well, there might be something hidden in this image, so I'm gonna download it. So I'm just gonna grab the link, and I'm gonna download it to a directory from MIT. I don't know very much about Richard Stallman, but I know Richard Stallman is an anti-natalist, and I think anti-natalism is weird. For anybody who doesn't know, antinatalism is basically the belief that people should not reproduce because humans are doing bad things. Humans are bad for the environment, so humans shouldn't reproduce. So Vladimir says Hackers for Freedom Doc. Hackers for Freedom Doc. I don't know about that. I do not know about that. Clearly I need to educate myself. But yeah, that's all I know about Richard Stallman. Okay, so there was also the robots.txt. So let's check out robots.txt. Huh? What? So robots.txt points to this sexy this sexy directory, and it's star.jpg. So I guess what we can do is we can just try to access this directly and see what it leads us to. Didn't think I would be encountering any sexy directories today. This is not found. So it's star.jpg. How about we just try to... This is forbidden. Okay. Free on Tubi. Great movie. Hackers for Freedom documentary. Hackers for Freedom. It's a TV program. Huh. I learn something new every day. So everybody, if you're... Hackers for Freedom is also on... Oh, you can watch it on YouTube. Okay. So this is an hour-long YouTube documentary, and apparently you can watch it on YouTube for free. So everybody, here is... Oh, that is a very ugly link. Let me get a better-looking link for you. This is a better link. Sorry about that ugly link, everybody. Vladimir says, "Can you run the image through StegHide?" Yeah, we can definitely run this thing through StegHide. So StegHide is a what do we call it? Steganography tool, and I might run this through StegHide a little bit later, after we've done a little bit more enumeration on the target. Okay, so we've found this sexy endpoint, and robots.txt pointed us at and a certain file extension, .jpeg. So we should probably scan for all of the contents of the sexy directory. I can't believe I'm talking about the sexy directory on my cybersecurity live stream. Anyways, let's do GoBuster, and let's look for JPEG files. JPEG files in the sexy directory, and let's see what we find. Okay, so we're currently scanning inside the sexy directory to figure out what files are in there. So aside from the sexy directory, we haven't found anything else. We found robots.txt, index.html, whoops, but nothing else. So I think this might be a good opportunity to take a look at the contents of this file over here. So this is the Richard Stallman picture. And wait, if this is named RMS2, maybe RMS1 is in the sexy directory. Could be. Let me try to download it with curl. So it's 10.02.102 sexy directory. So we're going to curl very verbose. And actually, let's use wget. Okay, not found. How about spelled like this? So this is also not found. We're not looking for... This is also not found. This is also not found. Okay. What? Listen, I'm trying to run a family-friendly stream over here. You can't have us looking for I'm gonna have to check this. I'm gonna have to check this off screen. Cyber Apple asks, "Who is your favorite cyber professional security professional?" Well, let me think. Let's see. If you're talking about somebody with a YouTube channel, I think I would go with someone like John Hammond. John Hammond has a really big cybersecurity channel on YouTube. But let's not get too sidetracked. But if anybody's looking for cybersecurity, this person has a really big cybersecurity YouTube channel, just in case you were wondering. We've got ads coming up in just a minute. I think I might I might take a look at that I might take a look at this file off screen during the break, just to make sure that this isn't something that's going to get me banned on Twitch and YouTube, because I really would not like to get banned, but we're going to find out in just a couple minutes. Okay, so what else can we look for? T800. I wonder what that could be a reference to. I'm going to try asking ChatGPT what it thinks about T800. There is a challenge, CTF challenge. There is a CTF challenge called T800. And I wonder what it could be a reference to. That could be Terminator, right. It could be Terminator. Reference. So T800 Terminator, the iconic cyborg character from the Terminator movie franchise. Played by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay, great, great. Cybersecurity tie-ins. Okay. Alright, so I'm just going to, I'm going to swap my, my virtual machine. So this is my Kali Linux machine. I'm going to put it off screen while I check out that weird link. And in the meantime, during the break, everybody enjoy the birds. Here you go. And I'm just going to check out that that weird endpoint and make sure that it's not pornography. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness it wasn't pornography. Okay, great. Not pornography. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that in just a second. In the meantime, we're just gonna finish up the break. I'm gonna have a little sip of water. Just a second. Okay, so I don't know why the CTF designers do this to me, but yeah, I had to check that off screen to make sure that that this endpoint over here didn't point to something that was going to get me banned on Twitch and YouTube. Luckily, it was just Richard Stallman again. Well, I guess we're going to have to download this file as well. Okay, so let's download that. So we're going to use wget and download this. Okay, well, what can we do from here? We've got a couple of image files, and I guess the first thing we want to do is we want to use exif tool to examine the metadata of the file. Let's see, Vladimir Vladimir thought that was very funny. CyberApple is, who is that guy? That's Richard Stallman. So if you're wondering who Richard Stallman is, you can read about him on his Wikipedia page. Here you go. He's basically the one of the major contributors to the Linux project, because he came up with the GNU, which is a bunch of open source software that that Linux uses. So he's a pretty big name in the Linux programming scene. Okay, so let's continue. So exif tool didn't find anything super interesting in the RMS2 JPEG. We have a password. So there's a comment in here with the password in this interesting file over here. So we're just going to we're going to copy this comment, and I guess we're going to echo this out to something we're going to call creds.txt. So the problem is we don't know. Actually, we've got an idea we have an idea what the username might be. It might be Richard or Rick or something, because we have pictures of this Richard Stallman guy all over the place. So let's make up a users.txt file. So this could be Richard, or it could be Rick, or it could be R Stallman, or R Stall. Wait, are there... Can you put special characters in Linux Can you put special characters in Linux usernames? Let me look that up real quick. Can you put special characters in Linux usernames? Okay, you can include certain special characters in Linux usernames. So you can use alphanumeric characters, you can use a hyphen, and you can use an underscore. Periods are technically allowed, but can cause confusion, but is used to signify relative paths in Linux. So if there's going to be some sort of separator, it's going to be either a hyphen or an underscore. So these are our candidates. You know, Richard, one other nickname for Richard is this. So seeing how the entire box is kind of lewd, this might be the way. So these are our potential usernames. So cxmod xheart. Is this an actual username? We could start doing some brute forcing right now. Let's go to another tab. I think we don't need to take a look at this anymore. Okay. So from here we can do brute forcing for Richard. We're going to use Hydra. Actually, we don't need to do brute forcing. We can just try to log in, right? Okay, so in this case, we would try to log in with users.txt with this password over here, right? Okay, so Hydra, we got SSH on a specific port. I think this is how you do it in Hydra, like this. So we're not using password, we're using the specific password, and that specific password is going to be this. And the username is going to be users.txt. Okay, this is what we've got. Does anybody have any other ideas for R. Stallman, Rick, Richard? Let's just start with this. Okay. Stallman. Maybe he's just called Stallman. That could be true. Okay. Did I get the Rich R. Stallman? Let's see. Thank you very much for the suggestions. I am root and crypto packet. Wasn't able to communicate. Oh no. The IP address is incorrect. Okay. So let me 102. Okay. So 0 valid passwords found. Let's add a couple more items to the list. So users.txt, R. Stallman, just Stallman. That's how you spell his name, right? Stallman. How about Richard Matthew Stallman? R.M. Stallman? Oh, wait. Hold on. So, in this image right here, it refers to this person as RMS. So it could be RMS. R.M. Stallman. Hold on. What are the other suggestions? Rich. Dick, Rick, R. Stallman, RM Stallman, RMS. Yeah. What else? I think we have everybody's suggestions in here. Okay. Let's give the Hydra attack again. Okay. Didn't work. So I need to make sure that this is the correct syntax. Hold on. Is this Hydra syntax correct? Gustavo Sala asks, why using dash and not dot? So usually, well, I could try the dot as well. Port number 800, SSH, IP address, verbose output. Oh, what is this? I need to put on some new music. Hold on. Let me play music from... Let's play music from Shadowrun Returns. Oh, that's some exciting music. Okay. Alright, so... yeah, we could try using the R Stallman RMS. We could also do r.stallman or rm.stallman or Rick Stallman. Okay, so none of these are valid. Gustavo Vela says, I've created a users mash to make things only with username and surname for me. Are you talking about some sort of tool or something else? Okay, so I think what we can do is we can also take a look at some steganography. So we can do steg hide. We're gonna do steg hide, and we're gonna get some info. So info, steg hide info for rms2.jpg. So get enter passphrase. So if we give no passphrase, could not extract any data with that passphrase. So another possibility is that the password is actually for the for steg hide over here. So if that's the case, then we would have to use this as the password for steg hide. Okay. So let's try the other file. Huh. Okay. What else? Oh, you know what? We haven't done a video redeem in a while. Let's do a video redeem to break up the action a little bit. How about this one about the Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, so everybody, let me know if the alerts are too loud or if the music's too loud. Please let me know, and I can adjust the volume. Okay, so what else can we do? We could do... Steg hide. Steg hide. So we weren't able to get any steg hide info because we don't know what the credentials, what the passphrase is. So could it be that the passphrase is this entire thing? It's possible. Let's try this with this passphrase. How about okay. Let's try strings. Okay, so we'll try strings on the other file as well. Is this a hash? Because this combination of symbols usually indicates some sort of hash. Vladimir says, I think it confirmed that the previous password worked. It said no data extract before, and now it says that the passphrase is incorrect. Wait. What are we... Are you talking about... Are you talking about this file, the nude file, or this file right here? So what was it? Steg hide. So it always says could not extract any data with that passphrase. Okay. I think there is another steganography program called, I think it's called Stego Veritas, and it also lets you do brute forcing for these steganography files. So steganography brute force. Stegcracker. chmod.x is the password. Could not extract any data with that passphrase. This is... Could not extract any data with that passphrase. This is what I'm using for chmod.hard. No worries, no worries. We're all here to work together, yeah. Stegcracker. Okay, so let's see if we could try Stegcracker. I don't know if I have it installed on the system right now. Stegcracker? Nope. Okay, let's install it. Okay. Now let's do Stegcracker. Let's see. We're gonna do it on... Do we need to supply a word list? File word list. Okay, great. And this is the word list. Okay, so we're just going to leave this running in the background. I think brute forcing has been a real big theme in today's stream. But let's see. Password chmod xheart. RMS2. Maybe his username is RMS2. Or maybe his username is this. Who knows? Okay. So users, let's add RMS2 and this. Okay, so it's Hydra. Let's try this. Add GNU, of course. He's known for his love of GNUs. All right. Let's see. So it's going to be port 800, and the password is going to be chmod xheart, right? Like that. Okay, this is not, it's not it. This is still going. Stegcracker has been retired following the release of StegSeek, which will blast through the Rocky word list in 1.9 seconds as opposed to Stegcracker that will take 5 hours. So obviously we need to use StegSeek instead. StegSeek can be found over here. Great. Alright, well, I guess we will use StegSeek because we've been told to. Okay, StegSeek. Actually, can we install StegSeek? Oh, I have it installed already. Okay. Okay, so how do we use StegSeek? So StegSeed crack mode, and we're going to use it on rms2.jpg. Okay, so this goes through very, very quickly. That's what we like to see. How about this one for the nude one? Could not find a valid passphrase? Okay. I mean, this goes a bit slower. Crypto pack. We could add GNU, right? How do we add GNU to this list? Nano users.txt. GNU RMS. GNU. I have no idea. How about this one? How about Richard GNU. Still doesn't take that long. So is there something else that we can look for? Actually, maybe what we need to do Okay, this was not found. Another thing we could do is we could take a look at Any unusual stuff in the curl output? Wait, what? Is this a username? I'm root? So it says URL rms2.jpg, background image, right? Maybe root is the password. I mean, maybe root is the username. Okay, so let's try SSH root at port 800. chmod x heart. Okay, we're in. Wow. 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 Okay, I gotta put on my sexy... No, it's not sexy hacker voice, it's scary hacker voice.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes on whenever we break into a server, and we broke into this one. Ha ha ha. Well, Richard Stallman, if that is your real name, you thought you could fool me by hiding your username in some sort of HTML comment, huh? Well, maybe you knew about this security vulnerability, or maybe you accepted the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
8-Bit Bandit X just subscribed on Twitch with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much for the subscription, 8-Bit Bandit X. Everybody, if you have Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, then you can hook up your Amazon Prime with your Twitch account, and then you can subscribe to one Twitch streamer for free each month. It's a free way to support the stream, and if you're interested in how to do that, then you can take a look at the message, at the bot created message over here, and take a look at how in the link. Thank you very much. All right, let's continue. So we're root at T800. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out if we have any sudo permissions on the system. We do not. There is no sudo command on the box. The second thing we can do is we can figure out what other users exist on the box. So, rooted and primed. Not rooted yet. But let's take a look at the etc password file. So there's root and super root. Okay. So what are we going to do? Let's take a look at the home directories. So there's root and super root. Anybody can enter these directories and read them. So just enter the root directory and see what's in here. So X authority. What groups does our video, plug dev, dip, audio, floppy, net dev? So I'm pretty sure people in the video group have special privileges. Let me check over at HackTricks. It's pretty repetitive music, but it's going to be ending in just a bit. Okay, so Linux groups. Privilege escalation, interesting groups. Okay, let's look at the video group. Using the command W, you can find who is logged into the system, and it'll show an output like the following one. Okay. this is a page for practice. CyberApple, what are you talking about this, are you talking about this website right here? So this is a website that teaches you different hacking techniques. And I'll leave it in the chat for everybody. There you go. Okay, we've got ads going on Twitch. When ads are going on, we're just gonna watch the bird videos while the ads are happening. Let me put on a bird video for everybody here. We're gonna take a bird break. I'm gonna have a little sip of water. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Just a second. So everybody, if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're doing right now, the break is a good time to ask questions. If you wanted to say hi, if you want to ask about cybersecurity, anything at all, you go ahead and leave it in chat. I'll try to answer your questions as soon as possible. Got another 20 seconds of ads going on. Let's see if we can get the bird to come back. Here he is. He's just having fun with his peanut. So the favorite thing for these Stellar Jays to eat is shelled peanuts, because they think that shelled peanuts last longer than unshelled peanuts. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's continue. Okay, so the video group has access to view the screen output. Basically, you can observe the screens. In order to do that, you need to grab the current image of the screen in raw data, get the resolution that the screen is using. Huh. So if I do W, I'm the only user logged in, so it doesn't matter. I thought this was going to lead me somewhere. Maybe not. Okay, so videos. What about the dip group? What about the plug dev group? What about the net dev group? Let's look for the dip. Nope, nothing for dip. Net dev. What was the other group? The other group that we were looking at is the plug dev. Okay, that doesn't have anything special associated with that. What about this X Authority? X Authority is that a remote terminal? Hold on, let me ask. What is X Authority in Linux? Graphical environments that rely on X Windows system. X11. The file stores authentication credentials, also called cookies, used to authorize access to the X server. Component of the X Windows system responsible for managing display output and user input. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, that's the file. What? What is this? X Authority data, but it mentions something about a magic cookie. And it also mentions MIT, which is where this person went to school. Let me go into the web directory here. Okay, so there's only this. So it's a sexy directory. there's just this file here. Let's take a look at the super root directories. User flag, okay, so I can't read this. We need to find some way to become the super root user first. Bash logout local. We can read these directories. Probably nothing in here. Okay, we can't access that directory. Okay, so I think let's find out what services are running on the box. So SSH. Cron F. I need to figure out if there's some sort of cron job running on this as well. Okay. Let's go ahead and cron tab L. No cron tab for me. So we're not reporting that that root is running any sort of cron job script, but we need to make sure. So we're just going to go into the temporary directory. We're going to download pspy. Pspy is a utility we can use to find hidden cron jobs on a system. We can download it from here. If anybody's wondering, this is the link. So pspy is it's basically a binary that that lets you know what processes are running on the system, and what processes on the system are running on a regular at regular intervals. So I'm just going to download that file, and then we're going to chmod it. Remember what I said about you don't get to hack if you misspell things? Anyways, let's run pspy. And let's redirect the output to a file called spy.txt, and we're going to run it as a process. There we go. Man, this is so repetitive. Okay, so let's take a look at the spy.txt. sbin init. We're running all these other processes here. sbin cron f. This looks a little bit suspicious. Okay, so I'll take a look at this a little bit later when it has some more stuff recorded. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the network connections. So let's see if netstat is installed on the system. There's no netstat. But if busybox is installed, sometimes you can use netstat through busybox. So yeah. Okay, so these are the network connections. So it's offering the web page, it's offering the SSH, and I'm pretty sure this is DHCP, so this isn't something we need to pay attention to. DHCP is what lets systems automatically get an IP address when they're deployed to a network, so we don't need to worry about this port being deployed, UDP 68. What else can we take a look at? We can take a look at SUID binaries. So we would do this. Okay, so what is this? What is Conky? I've never heard of this before. It's owned by Root. What? Conky? What the hell is... What is Conky? Okay, so Conky option. Conky is a system monitor that renders text on desktop or to own transparent window. Conky. If anybody's encountered this before, please let us know. But let me see if it is in GTFO bins. Conky? Conky. Conky privilege escalation. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Could peek at opt sometimes. MC25. I recognize your name. Thank you very much for being here on Twitch. Go ahead and have one of these fun redeems. Which one will we give you? Let's look at is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking?
Whenever you do anything on a CLI terminal, that's a hacking. And if anybody recognizes that meme, please let us know. Conky, huh? So we need to figure out what version of Conky is running. So Conky-V. X Windows system. ITIS software. Okay, so there was mention of X Authority in the home directory. So local config file home conky, okay. System config file is at etc conky.conf. Let's take a look at that file. So this seems to be the right direction. So the configuration file over here. So Conky, a system monitor based on Torsmo. Okay. Conky config. I don't think there's anything I can use in here. Okay, let me try asking ChatGPT about Conky. How do you use the Conky program in Linux? Okay, lightweight, highly configurable system monitor for Linux can display system information such as CPU usage, memory usage, disk space, networking. Okay, so we've already installed it. To start Conky, simply run Conky. This launches Conky with default configuration, which is minimalistic, not particularly polished. To customize it, you need a configuration file. Uses a configuration file to control what is displayed and how it looks. The configuration file can be this. Okay. All right. Yeah, so we saw a file just like this. Customizing Conky. Starting Conky. Using a systemd service, create. Okay. Huh. You can create a service. Interesting. So enable and start the service. User enable conky.service. Tips for using Conky. Great. So if Conky is set as a SUID binary, how could we use it to gain privilege escalation? It could be used to exploit and gain privilege escalation depending on how the configuration, what Conky binary allows the user to do. Let's see, here are some possible scenarios. So custom Lua scripts or commands. Supports embedding Lua scripts in its configuration file. If this SUID enabled, Conky runs a user provided configuration file. An attacker could write a malicious Lua script in the configuration to execute commands with elevated privileges. For example, this malicious script would overwrite the etc password file to add a root user without a password. Okay. Oh, this is pretty sneaky. Let's see. Shuda McGav on YouTube asks, have you ever tried bug bounty hunting? No, I've never tried bug bounty hunting. I see myself as more of a cybersecurity educator, and not so much as a bug bounty hunter. But I think I would need to do a lot more studying and practice before I could consider doing something like bug bounty hunting. But thank you very much for the question, Shooter McGav. Are you looking to become a bug bounty hunter, Shooter McGav? If you are, let me know. And let me know how far you've come in your journey. Maybe we can talk about what you should, what we can study next. Shooter McGav, do you have any suggestions on what to study for that? Well, let's see. I think the first thing you want to do when you're becoming a bug bounty hunter is to first become kind of familiar with a lot of different web app vulnerabilities first. So you might want to take a look at something like Portswigger Academy. Bug bounty is a very specialized niche in cybersecurity. Shoujo Boy, thank you very much for coming by the chat. But I guess another thing you could take a look at is actual bug bounty platforms. Like there's HackerOne over here, and I think so. In particular, HackerOne. Let me first of all, let me just drop a link for everybody. There you go. HackerOne has a CTF called Hacker 101. Let's see, HackerOne CTF. I haven't taken a look at this in a long time. But what you want to do is you want to start. Actually, Shooter McGav, let me know what you already know about web security. So if you've already done web development, or if you're kind of new to the scene, new to web app security stuff, let me know what your previous experience is in either web development or web security, and maybe I can give you better advice from there. But the Hacker 101 CTF is probably a pretty good place to, if you're able to do a bunch of the challenges from the Hacker 101 CTF, then you're probably qualified to do bug bounty hunting. Another place you could try is learning stuff from echoctf. So there's echoctf.red. And this is another platform for learning. MC25 says, Juice Shop is a fun go-to for trying bug hunts. Yeah. There's one particular application that's good for learning about web app security. And you can actually access Juice Shop from TryHackMe. It's probably an easier way to go about it instead of trying to deploy your own Juice Shop instance. Let's see. Shooter McGav says, still new. Just done some TryHackMe and Hack the Box. I also looked into VulnHub. I think another good thing you could try, you already have access to TryHackMe, then you could try looking at the Juice Shop over here. This is a very good app for learning about a bunch of different vulnerabilities. There are a bunch of tutorials online that go through how to exploit all of the various vulnerabilities in the Juice Shop. Some of the vulnerabilities in the Juice Shop are actually pretty advanced, so don't feel bad if you're not able to do all the exercises from the OWASP Juice Shop. Another good place to look for to learn about web app security is the DVWA, otherwise known as the Darn Vulnerable Web App over here. There you go. Okay, so, but we're looking at Conky. What about Conky? Hold on. Cybernerd Dante, yes, our resident bug bounty hunter. Yeah, so, yeah, Cybernerd Dante, if you want to give Shooter McGav some advice on YouTube, I'm sure he could. I don't know if you've talked with him before or not. I'm very bad with names. Druid Finnan, thank you very much for following on Twitch, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have one of these Nyan cats? Hopefully this is not too loud. Oh, thank you very much, Shooter McGav. Thank you. Was that Nyan cat too loud? If it was too loud, let us know that it was too loud. If it was not too loud, please let us know that it was not too loud. Thank you very much. Okay, so run Conky using the malicious configuration file. Majid says, yay, too loud? Okay, kind of loud. Let me, actually, I can turn down Nyan cat specifically. Let me go ahead and do that. I can edit Nyan cat and then set its volume to be lower than the other redeems. Okay, so that should be, hopefully it's updated now. Alright, so run Conky using the file conky-c-malicious.conf. Okay, so I have another question. Can we run Conky with a X-authority file? So it says Conky itself doesn't directly interact with the X-authority files, but you need to run Conky in a graphical environment that uses an X-authority file. You might need to ensure that the file is set up correctly to allow Conky to access the X11 display. X-authority is a file used by X Windows system to store credentials that allow applications to connect with an X server. It ensures only authorized applications can interact with the X server. So you need to run Conky with X-authority file in a different user context or through SSH. You might need to explicitly specify the environment variables for the X server and the X-authority file. Let's see. Kind of loud, not too loud, but I have it turned down. Okay. Yeah, so Cybernerd Dante says that that you should just get going with the bug bounty hunting. I think I think we need to figure out what the baseline is for how much we know about web app security first. So if you feel comfortable like doing testing against web apps, I think maybe one metric you could try is are you comfortable using Burp Suite? Because if you're comfortable using Burp Suite, then maybe if you're comfortable using Burp Suite and you understand what the output that comes out of Burp Suite means, then maybe that's a good sign that you might be ready to do bug bounty hunting. Because when you do bug bounty hunting, you're spending most of your time using Burp Suite. That's my opinion on it. There is such a thing as too soon, I think. Okay, so set the display and X authority values. Before running Conky, set the display and X authority environment variables to point to the correct server and X authority file. Replace 0 with the appropriate display number. Running Conky as another user. Running Conky as another user, you need to access that user's X authority file. If you're running Conky over SSH with X11 forwarding, enable X11 forwarding when connecting. Okay. So we need to make sure that the X server for graphical output is enabled. Okay, so psawk grep X. Is there no X authority server running right now? Maybe not. MC25, isn't this just the GUI for a desktop? Never really looked into it. Vladimir Volkov asks, what's a good place to learn Burp? So I would say a good place to learn Burp, well, I mean, there are a couple of, there are a few rooms on TryHackMe that talk about Burp. One thing that I don't like about TryHackMe is that there are a bunch of free rooms on Burp Suite. Let's see, Burp. So Burp Suite, the basics, Burp Suite Intruder, Burp Suite Extensions, Burp Suite Other Modules. These are all premium modules now, except for the one on the repeater here. But if you already have a TryHackMe account, if you have a paid account, then you could definitely take a look at these rooms. I'm not too sure about a particular program that teaches you how to use Burp Suite. But if you're looking for a place to use Burp Suite, then it would definitely be... You know what? I think the Portswigger Academy is probably the best place to go. So... So yeah, I mean, anybody in chat, if you feel like dropping some links, then I don't have any restrictions against dropping links in the chat. Just if you start dropping weird links, I might have to have a word. But anyways, I think the best way to learn about Burp Suite is probably working through the labs. And if you get stuck on the labs, you probably want to take a look at some video walkthroughs. For example, let's just do like SQL injection over here. So we've got an SQL injection, we've got the SQL labs. Let's take a look at one of these. Maybe this one over here. So what you want to do is you want to start up Burp Suite, you want to access the lab, and you want to access the lab through the Burp Suite browser and try to solve the challenge. If you can't solve the challenge, then there's both the official solution here and the community solutions, which usually have like a video walkthrough. and you can follow the video walkthroughs for these challenges. It's going to give you a lot of information about how to use burp. Okay, we've got more ads running on Twitch, so let's put on the birds. How about these sparrows? Okay, we'll be back in about a minute, and see you in about 60 seconds. In the meantime, I need to look up how Conky works. Maybe I can look up like a YouTube video or something. Okay, let's put the birds away. So this is the exciting thing about doing hacking. Whenever you do hacking and you come across technologies and software that you've never used before, you have to do research about. Bye, birdies. Well, they'll be back in about half an hour or so. But every time you hack against something that you've never encountered before, you have the opportunity to figure out how this technology works. How to use Conky. Okay, so how to use Conky. Make Linux learn look better. Conky. Does anybody recognize any of these creators? How about Conky Linux? Okay, it's Beginner's Guide to Install and Use Conky in Ubuntu Linux. So we're just going to take a look at this video. Oh, it's really loud! It's really loud. Let me put on the closed captions. Okay, so so my channel has officially turned into a React channel because we're watching YouTube videos. I just need to figure out what Conky does, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this on 2x speed. What's going on here? Oh, I can't read any of this. That screen is super small. Conky reacts. Yup. Hold on. Let's make the resolution a little bit better. So I'm using Kali Linux to watch YouTube. This is usually not recommended. Okay, so we're installing Conky here. And it looks like they're using a standard Ubuntu installation. Okay, so they've got Conky. These are Conky themes. Oh, okay. It's system monitoring. Alright. So we're looking at CPU usage. We're looking at system resources. Yeah, okay. So it's a gadget, right? So, I don't know if we have... Okay, so how do we get a GUI remote? How do we get GUI remote access? So this is something I don't encounter very much. This is probably something I need to figure out. Okay, let's get out of here. So GUI remote access. Okay, so we need to access the server with a GUI. We have SSH credentials. How can we start a remote GUI session? MC25 says you don't need GUI if the GPT bot info is right. You can just do a reverse shell with the configuration. Okay, well, the thing is that there was like X authority. There was X authority files on the in the home directory for the user that we're using right now. So enable X11 forwarding when connecting via SSH. Right. Once logged in, run a GUI application. If the X11 server is working, then the application will appear on your local machine. For better performance, use SSH-Y instead of SSH-X. I've never used either of these before. What is SSH-Y? You know what? Maybe I should find out. Let's get out of here. SSH- actually, let's just do SSH help. What is SSH capital Y? This is root at this IP address. Root's password is, chmod xheart. Okay, so X11 forwarding request failed on channel 0. Okay, so it failed. We did the SSH -capital Y. Let's try -capital X and see if it makes a difference. So this also, X forwarding request also failed on channel 0. Okay, let me just ask over here. Ensure that the remote server has X forwarding enabled and SSH deconfig. Restart the SSH if you make changes. Okay, let's take a look at the configuration file. Okay, we can't write. We can't write to this file. But what else is here? So this is commented out. So X11 forwarding yes is commented out, so we can't, I mean, we can't write to this file. Save modified buffer. Yeah, permission denied, we can't write to this file. Match user, wait, superroot can do it. So we need to figure out a way to become superroot first. I guess that's the okay. Let's we've already spent a lot of time on this box. I'm gonna drop the linps. I'm gonna do the privilege escalation script, and we're gonna figure out how we can become the superroot user. So let's just get out of here, and then let's download the actually spy.txt. So right now we're taking a look at... this is... What does this cron job do? This looks strange. What is this process doing? Okay, let's ask. What is this process doing? Okay, this process updates the message of the day, which is displayed to users when they log into the system via SSH or a terminal. So this is the shell command, right? So it is running the environment binary, and it's changing the path, yeah? It's a weird looking command. Okay, runs the string as a shell command. User bin env I. Execute a command, run parts in this case. Run parts. In a clean environment, the I flag clears all the inherited environment variables, except for those explicitly defined, like the path, defines the path variable. So I don't think there's any unusual directories in the path variable here. Specifying the directories where executables can be found. Run parts. Run parts. Where is that in the command? Oh, here. Run parts. What is that command? A utility that executes all executable scripts in a specified directory. Ensures only files with LSB compliant naming conventions are executed. Files must be non-hidden. Okay. The directory containing scripts to generate or update the message of the day dynamically. These scripts output text in the forms of the message of the day. Clears the environment and sets the path. Execute all scripts in the message of the day that comply with LSB naming conventions. Captures the output of these scripts and writes it into run message of the day dynamic.new. Why is this done? I've never seen a script like this, so it might have something to do with privilege escalation on this box. But then again, is this an unusual command to run as a cron job? Robotech83 says, hello, hello. Hello, hello, Robotech83. How are you doing? Nice to see you here. And how did you find the stream? Just curious. Because I like to know where people are coming from. Okay, so let's see. Running this command as a cron job is not unusual and is a common practice in Linux systems, particularly for managing messages of the day. However, whether it is legitimate or unusual depends on the context of your system's configuration. Let's see. Dynamic message of the day updates. Triggered by cron. AK, hello, hello. Nice to see you. We're just gonna be hacking for the next hour or so. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long, but we'll see. Modified or malicious scripts, unexpected trigger. If this process runs too frequently, it might be suspicious. Non-standard environment. Okay. All right, so let's. All right, everybody, let's drop the linps. We're gonna figure out how to become that super root user. And Linpeas. Here we go. Robotech says, I was just browsing. I have to learn networking and hacking the network for my new job. I am currently using a Raspberry Pi to hack my own network. Well, that sounds like a great thing to do. I considered getting myself some Raspberry Pis, but well, maybe later. Anyways. So Robotech83, let us know what experience do you have with networking in the past? Do you know? Have you done any sort of networking jobs before, or did you go to school for something like that? Please let us know. Oh, you don't have any experience? Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to learn about some hacking stuff, you can certainly ask a lot of questions here. So we're just hacking a little CTF box over here. CTF meaning capture the flag. These are basically cybersecurity exercises that we complete to hone our skills. So let's download the linp script and then execute it. And okay, so the thing about linps is that you have to... Robotech83 says, nope, self-taught in everything I do. Kali Linux, I love Kali Linux. Oh, how long have you been playing around with Kali Linux and hacking stuff? Have you done CTF exercises like this before? So everything in linps is color-coded. If it is red and yellow, we should definitely look at it, and it's probably going to be the privilege escalation vector. If it's red, it's probably something we need to pay attention to. So let's take a look and see what vulnerabilities are on this box. Okay, so app armor, none of this. So we're looking for ways to become the super root user. So we should probably look out for that username on the system. Okay, so these are service objects. These are active ports. Super users, the root user, okay. Users with console, we've got super root. What else do we have here? Configuration files. You know, I just realized that super root is a very unusual string, so we could just try grepping for the string super root and see if there's anything mentioning that user on the system. Let me put that in my notes. Just a second. Let's grep for grep super root. How do you spell super root? Okay. Uncommon password files. Okay. Robotech83 has started in Linux in 01, but Kali for 13 years. Is that 13 years or 3 years? Never did a CTF or anything, not just making sure I am safe as I can on the 1 to 3 years. Okay. I started hacking a long time ago, but got in trouble, so now as an adult, I'm trying to get back into it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you have any... What about your new job? If you don't want to share this information, you don't need to share it. But what about your new job makes you need to learn about hacking and networking stuff? Thank you very much for following Robotech83. You are now a HackerFrog. And let's welcome you in with a little bit of a Hack the Planet. This is our favorite redeem.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Wait, what is... Okay. So this is an unknown SUID binary. This is also an unknown SUID binary. I didn't even catch this. Calife. What the heck is this? Let me note that down. You know everybody, this is also an SGID binary. Okay. I really respect the people who are making challenges over at hackmyvm.eu. I always learn a lot of new stuff every time I do one of these challenges. Okay, so this is a regular capability. Searching root files, home directory, linps. Okay. Executable, wait. Interesting files. Modified interesting files in the last 5 minutes. In the home directory, the var log directory. Majid on YouTube asks, what is a good alternative for Red Hat Linux in your opinion? I am not a person to ask about Linux distributions. The only Linux distribution I use on a regular basis is Kali Linux. I do not use Linux as a daily driver, as a daily OS, but well, I mean, you could tell me, Majid. Do you use Red Hat Linux for your main Linux distribution, or do you use another distribution? Please let us know. I don't have much of an opinion. If I had to use some distribution of Linux as my daily OS, I'd probably use Ubuntu because it's got the most support. But then again, I heard from a lot of people that Ubuntu has been the quality of Ubuntu has been kind of going down in the recent few years. So I don't know about that. Okay, we got backup stuff. We've got passwords in the history files. So I gave these commands, so they don't really qualify very much. Okay. So what was the name of that user? The name of the user is superroot. So this is a very unusual string. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grep for it. So I'm going to do grep r in the entire file system for the pattern superroot. And I'm going to redirect that into a file called superroot.grep. Run that as a process. Oh wait. You know what? I should also do this. Yeah, just like that. Okay, so we've got that running as a process. We're going to look for superroot, this string, in every file on the system and try to figure out what files contain this. Let's see. Robotech83 says, I love that movie. I got an opportunity as a defense contractor, but I have to learn networking and hacking networking. It is helping with hacking my buddy's Tesla, but I strongly dislike networking. May I ask why you strongly dislike networking? Because I figured you'd have to do a lot of networking to do, well, you'd have to have a pretty solid grasp of networking to do network hacking. So let me know. Okay, so let's take a look at superroot.grep. We haven't found anything yet. Okay. Let me... What else should we... So what is this CA life binary? So LSLA user bin CA life. Okay, so this is definitely an SUID binary. But what does this thing do? Sorry, trying to run S. What is this? My password is chmod xheart. Authentication failure. MC25 says maybe we get to do some reversing. So first of all, this might be known software. We need to see if there's a man page for it. Oh, okay. So CA life becomes root or another user legally. CA life requests the user's own password for becoming login or root if no login is provided, and switches to that user and group ID after verifying the proper rights to do so. A shell is then executed. If CA life is executed by root, no password is required. No password is requested, and a shell with appropriate user ID is executed. Let's see. Robotech says, I am not strong at networking. I feel like it is over my head 90% of the time. The job pays more, and I have never done networking. To learn, I am building a home lab. Well, that sounds like a good way to learn about networking. Have you ever tried taking a look at materials from some certification courses? So, for example, you could take a look at... Oh, what is it called? It's called CompTIA Network Plus. So there's the Network Plus certification over here. I wouldn't necessarily recommend getting the certification, but the materials in the course are probably going to be pretty valuable. That is a very ugly link. God dang you, Google! Why do you make such ugly links? Here, there's a better link. Okay, so this certification over here, I've taken a look at materials from that, and it helps me out a lot to understand about networking stuff. Another great resource for taking a look at networking stuff is their videos from Professor Messer, Network Plus. So this person has a pretty popular YouTube channel talking about tech stuff, and there's a training course that goes over all the materials for the Network Plus certification. So let me get that link and provide it to you. This is if you want to brush up on some networking, I think this is a pretty good start. Okay, so request the user's own password for becoming login. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Have you encountered Professor Messer in the past? Do you have a past with Professor Messer? Please let us know. A shell is then executed by root, then no password is requested, and a shell with the appropriate user ID. The invoked shell is the user's own. The invoked shell is the user's own except when a shell is specified in the configuration file, calife.auth. So I need to look up this file. Actually, you know what? This might be in GTFO bins. I need to check that. Nope, it is not. Okay, So if minus is specified on the command line, the user's profile files are read as if they were in the login shell. This is not the traditional behavior of SU. Only users specified in the kalife.auth can use kalife to become another user with this method. Okay. All right, let's so let's figure out where this file is. So let's find name, okay, so it's in here. Let's see if we can, let's see what permissions we have with this file. So we can't even read this file. We can't, only the root user can read the file. Okay, well, kalife failed. Okay, so let's do kalife with the super root user. We need the password. How about Shamad X Heart? Oh, what just happened? We're suddenly in Vim. How do we... Okay, so how do we use Vim to break out of a shell? Vim. So Vim, we need to do it to do we need to do shell escape, right? Okay, so if the binary has the SUID bit, let's see. So it requires that Vim was compiled with Python support. How do we execute? So does anybody remember how to execute a shell inside of Vim? Vim execute shell. How to run Unix commands inside of Vim. Go to command mode and then run bang Unix command. Okay. So this is command mode, right? We do bang. Nope. What do we do? I can't. My console is unresponsive. I can't type anything. So, oh, semicolon. Okay. So semicolon bang. Wait. I think okay, we're now super root. We're now super root. We broke out of okay. Sometimes you just kind of luck into this kind of stuff, but we're now the super root user, and we need to figure out the super root user's password. Okay. Yeah, we weren't able to find anything, but we made it out of Vim. Game over. Yeah, right. It should have been impossible to get out of Vim. Okay, so we've got the X authority here. Can we... We've got bash history. So this is very unusual. Most of the time bash history doesn't go, is redirected to dev null. But in this case we do have bash history. So let's read the bash history. What do you mean permission denied? Oh, that's the root user. That's the root user. I need to... Why did I not go into my own directory? Home super root? Okay. So bash logout, user flag. We can read this now. If we ask who am I, we are super root, of course. We should probably try running linps as super root. We probably get some different results. Okay, so Vladimir Volkov. Yeah, right. We're into some devious stuff now. Okay, so the user flag, bash logout, bash rc. There's only the user flag in here. Okay, let's go ahead and run linps again. So maybe there will be some different results now that we're running as the super root user. Actually, there's no right. Okay. I was gonna think about I was thinking about doing sudo l, but there's no sudo command on this box. Super root. Okay, so we've got X authority over here, but there's only one for root, but not for X. Not for super root. So the SSH. Okay, so actually one thing I really want to know about this super root user is whether or not they have what files they have access to. So let me put that in my notes. So super root file access. I'm gonna start looking for some files owned by super root in just a minute. Okay, so find in the entire directory. So user super root. Okay, so just a bunch of proc. Yeah, I need to get rid of the proc. So let's run that again. And then grep v for proc. So we don't actually own very much on the system. So just a few files in our home directory. Let's try with the group super root instead. Same thing. We don't have any special groups associated with our user. Oh, but there was that that special exception in the SSH config. What was the file path for SSH config? What was it called? How about just SSH star? Etc. SSH config. Let me try that. Thank you very much for the suggestion, Spencer Adolf. Right, so match user superroot. X11 forwarding, yes. Allow TCP forwarding, yes. So, can we run SSH locally? If we can run SSH locally, we might be able to SSH localhost. Superroot at localhost. Copy the SSH key over, then SSH back in. Oh, you know, yeah, we could try that. Yeah, MC25. That's a good suggestion. Okay. Let's go into Superroot's home directory is root. User flag. Spencer Adolf says TCP forwarding could be useful if there's a local service listening that isn't accessible from the outside. Let's see. I don't think that's the case. Let's chat. So everything here is accessible from the outside. So I think MC25's suggestion about creating an SSH key is probably a good idea. So we want to create an SSH key. I haven't done this in a while. How do we create an SSH key with our current user in Linux? No passphrase. Okay, so generate the SSH key pair, open a terminal and run the following command. Okay. Verify the key pair. After running the command, you should have two files in the SSH directory, the private key and the public key. SSH keygen and then no option should work as well. Okay. You can verify this. Can we specify where to create the key pair? Oh yeah, we can specify where to create the key pair. Okay. Optional, copy the public key to the remote server. If you want to use this SSH key to authenticate to a remote server, you can copy the public key to the user's authorized keys file. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's give this a go. Big Man Ting, hi. I'm so unlucky I came late. So we're gonna be hacking for another 20 minutes or so. Hopefully, I can solve this. I can solve this box before time is up. So we're gonna create the file in /home/superroot .sh. Actually, do we need to create that directory? I don't think we do. Yeah, okay, it was created for us. So we've got two keys. Okay, so we can just copy this and use this to log in as superroot. but welcome to the stream, Big Man Ting. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's create the file on our Kali Linux here. Okay, and now we can try to log in as the super root user. So first we're going to do SSH ID RSA as super root 102. Oh wait, the port is incorrect. The port has to be 800. Why are we being asked for the password? No, really, why are we being asked for the password? Are we not allowed to use a public key? Or a private key? Was it added to the authorized keys? Maybe... What is the process? Went for coffee, make sure you chmod 600. Yeah, I think we did that. Where's my ID RSA? So yeah, this is 600. Was it added to the authorized keys? Do I need to... How do I create... Hold on. So there is no authorized keys file. Actually, wait. Need to create an authorized keys file before using the private SSH key to log in. Okay, Spencer Adolf has the answer here. Okay, on the target, we need to create the authorized keys file and then echo the public key into it. What's that public? What's the value of the public key? Okay. Okay. Are the file permissions on the authorized keys file important? Do we need to... Let's see. Spencer Adolf says, thanks, TryHackMe. Have an amazing... okay. Thank you very much, CyberApple. Thank you. Normally, you would make the SSH key on your local box and only transfer the public key versus copying the private key. I don't think the perms on it is important. Okay. So we've got the authorized keys, we've got the private key, and now we're super root. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the advice, Spencer Adolf. It's been a while since I've done stuff like this. I forget the process, but thank you very much for your advice. Okay. So now that we have SSH access, we're going to get out of here and we're going to try linking the X authority Xauthority does not exist. File home superroot.xauthority does not exist. We need the Xauthority file in order to we need the Xauthority file to use graphic interface programs. We can copy it from root, right? So let's just root's got their Xauthority file. We can't we can't read it as root. We can't read it as super root, but we can read it as root. So we're gonna log in as root. Exit from here. The most difficult thing in the world is to exit from Vim. But we did it, guys. We solved we solved cybersecurity. We got out of Vim. Awesome. Okay, let's go into the home directory and okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cat this out. We're gonna base 64. Encode it, and then we're going to go to the other terminal. We're going to echo this and pipe it into base 64 decode. Wait, we need to go into our own home directory first. Huh, we create an Xauthority file here. Wait. Whose directory is this? We have an Xauthority file in here. Let me try getting out of here. Okay, so this time it didn't complain that we didn't have Xauthority file, so we should be connected, right? So now we can use the conky. I can't believe conky, the conky program. So if we just run conky. So this should open up in my own Kali Linux desktop, right? Creating window type desktop, drawing to create window is sub window of root window. Is this? Why is this not? Why is it not completely opening up? Is it waiting for something? Try to hide the shell. Oh, okay. So Conky's working here. Where did the window go? How do I bring up the Conky window again? Okay, so we run Conky. Oh, this is hard on the eyes. Okay, so Conky's working, great. T800 Linux 4.1. 0.014. Okay, so this is all fine and good. We figured out we could run Conky. Now let's figure out how to use Conky to let's find how to use Conky to do privilege escalation. Hugh, is that how you pronounce your name on YouTube? What's a good laptop for coding and pen testing? I think I'm not a person who can really recommend laptop stuff. The only thing I'll tell you about laptops, as far as learning cybersecurity is concerned, is you're probably going to want to have a laptop with a larger amount of RAM, because when you're doing cybersecurity, you're usually going to be, well, I'm not going to say usually, but you're probably going to want to run a bunch of virtual machines, and virtual machines use up a lot of memory. So if you buy a laptop, make sure that you get more memory than is recommended. I would say somewhere between maybe 24 gigabytes of RAM is probably a good place to start, because if you're running Windows already uses a lot of RAM, and then you can run other virtual machines on your laptop, and those are going to take up even more memory processes. Well, let's see. MC25 says the one with the best keyboard sounds. Yeah, that's a pretty good piece of advice as well. Okay, we have GUI access with the Conky program. How do we do privilege escalation again? Okay, if you have GUI access via the Conky program running as SUID binary, where was it? You might be able to leverage it for privilege escalation depending on how the program is configured. Now the access the X server. Okay, so make sure that the Conky is running as SUID. Let's see, Robotech says, sorry about that, my printer crapped the bed on me. How are you this evening? Doing okay. We're going to be wrapping up the stream in a little bit. Hopefully I'm able to root the system before that happens. Hugh asks, is ChatGPT a good place to learn Python? I would say the best place to learn Python is probably going to be at oh gosh, what is it called again? Python. Oh, what is the name of that website? Oh no! There's a Python course from Skills for All. Skills for All Python. Python Essentials. Python Institute Skills for All. Python Essentials 1. Okay. Here you go. To follow this link, this leads to a really good Python course that is sponsored by Cisco. This is what I would recommend for learning Python. Okay, where were we? We're trying to figure out how to pwn the system. Okay, so make sure that check the X11 display. So Conky typically interacts with the X11 display server to render system information on the desktop. If you have GUI access, it's likely you're interacting with X11 server. To determine which server is being used and if you have proper access to it. Okay, let's figure that out. It just says localhost. If the output is something like 0, no. This indicates a local display, and you may be able to interact with it using the appropriate permissions. Use Conky to execute commands as root. Because Conky is running with elevated privileges, you may be able to execute commands which require higher privileges. Okay, inject commands through Conky by leveraging the environment variable manipulation, or using system commands like system calls. Okay. You might be able to start a new root shell by interacting with Xterm or another terminal emulator via conky. To open a new shell with root privileges, is this as simple as it is? Just say conky run this command and bin bash? Nope. No such file or directory. Okay, well... Okay, so check if conky exposes any environment variables such as home, user, or others that can be used to escalate privileges further. Okay, so can we get... Oh, we've got ads in progress. I think we're going to run... Spencer Adolf says, once the GUI pops out, can you escape the currently running command in it and run your own stuff? That's a good fact. Is that the correct path to bash on the system? It says Frank Diaz. Bin bash. Yeah, that's the correct path to bin bash. Okay, so first of all, when we're running conky, can we escape this? That would be too easy, wouldn't it? Okay, let's get out of here. Let's see. Can we use conky to run commands as part of its regular functions? Okay, so conky configuration file, conky.conf, conky.rc, conky.conf. So we would need to be able to access the conky configuration file. I'm pretty sure we don't have access to the conky configuration file. Since conky interacts with the X server, you could leverage its access to spawn GUI-based applications that require higher privileges. For example, opening an X-based terminal like Xterm to run commands as root if you have correct access to the X server. This relies on conky's SUID configuration permissions of the X11 server and other system components. Okay, so conky help version quiet mode debug configuration file. Oh, maybe we can load up a configuration file. So if we can okay. What if we use a malicious conky configuration file and direct conky to use that file in execution? Okay, so using a malicious conky configuration file and directing conky to use it for execution could indeed allow you to exploit a system, particularly if conky is running with elevated privileges. Okay, so understand conky configuration. The configuration file typically defines the system stats. Create a malicious configuration file. Okay, so you could insert the following into the configuration. exec. So basically all we need to do here is we need to create a reverse shell. So let's create a file called conky.conf just for fun. And as far as the command is concerned, we're just gonna do a busybox reverse shell. What we got? Reverse shells, revshells.com. Rev or try to run xterm, see if it opens the shell as root. So I'll try the reverse shell. Let's see, busybox. I'll try this command. If it doesn't work, then we could try some other stuff. Okay. So let's run. Oh, wait. I need to set up the reverse shell listener. Okay. Where were we? Okay, so we've got this command over here. If it successfully executes, then we will have a root shell. Okay, so conky config equals conky.conf. Okay, that didn't that didn't execute. Unexpected symbol near when reading the configuration file. Assuming it's an old syntax and attempting conversion, attempting to index local settings, nil value. So it didn't run. I think this might be the wrong format. Let me cancel. Okay. We ran the command and got this error. We created a configuration file for conky with the following contents. Okay, let me grab the command first. Okay, let's see. Spencer Adolf says, I like to set UID bin bash so you can run it as root. Set UID bin bash so you can run it as root. Okay. There was something else needed at the top of the file, like config or something. It says MC25. So let's yeah, I think there might be something missing from the configuration file. So what are we doing? It says a syntax error issue with how the command is written within the conky configuration file. It has its own syntax and some... Oh, you know what? We could just look this up. We could look up like conky configuration file example. Okay, conky configuration file. It looks like it looks something like this. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Dr. Succeed. Dr. Succeed. Thank you very much for following, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a fun little redeem. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so we're just trying to figure out how to complete our hack for this particular system. So this correct syntax for the command you're trying to execute should look like this. Is that not how? Is that not how it looks? Valid conky syntax example. This is exact. Wait, is this not exactly what I have here? Potential syntax problem. How the configuration file is structured. Testing the configuration. Run a simpler command. We've got netcat and we have busybox. We gotta make sure it's not red. Yeah. Which netcat? We have netcat. Which busybox? We do have busybox. Yeah, so that's not the problem. Add some debugging option, okay? Try using sh directly. So run bin sh instead of run bin bash. What's the difference? Might not have sh. Well, I mean, well, there is sh. Okay, so here's one thing. It might be using this. Still not working. Skullwoods, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now a HackerFrog. Thank you. And let's see. Unexpected symbol near when reading the configuration file. Unexpected symbol near the $sign. So the $sign is this. The unexpected symbol is probably this these curly braces. What does the configuration on the box look like? Okay, so let's find all the files on the system which are named conky. Okay, what about conky star? Conky conf. I'm pretty sure, can we read this? So the file's here. We can read it. Okay, so let's read that file. So this looks like maybe what we need to do is we just need to include all of this in our modified configuration file. Okay, let's try this. It didn't run. Oh, I got it, I got it. Why am I super rude? Why am I not rude? No, no, we don't go. This is not great. Progress through progress. Yeah, this is progress. The problem is that we didn't get a root shell. We didn't get a root shell. So this is a SUID binary. This is a SUID binary. Why didn't we get a root shell? Is it because... Why didn't we get a root shell? I mean, I kind of doubt that it's because of... Actually, wait. Conky.conf. Let me take a look at this, the contents of this file. Okay, so there's nothing that talks about, like, need sudo. This is an SUID binary. I don't think we... Oh, wait, you're right. We do need to run it with sudo, don't we? You know what? When you're right, you're right. But there's no sudo on the system. Sudo doesn't exist. Yeah, there's no sudo on the box. There's no sudo on the box, so I'm not too sure. Okay, which conky? So the question is, why are we not getting a root shell? Because this is both an SUID binary and an SGID binary. Actually, wait. How about conky SG ID binary? So allows the binary to run with the privileges of the user group owner instead of those of the user owning it. Okay. So these are the group and the user's root in this case. So this should give me a root shell. Okay, so conky. Conky SUID privilege escalation. We need examples with conky, please. You know, am I barking up the wrong tree? Am I not supposed to be using conky? Spencer Adolf says maybe it has something else like copy the shadow file to temp. Maybe have it do something else. Okay. Okay. Alright. We should probably do some debugging. So conky.conf. Let's run copy etc shadow to temp shadow. Okay, let's try this. And then let's run that conky. And Chmod 777 probably. Oh, yeah, you're right. Actually, you know what? Let's just make sure. Let's just see if it is able to copy the file first. If it's able to copy the file, then we'll go from there. So let's just run conky now. Run, you conky fool. Oh, permission denied. So if it says permission denied, that means we're not running as root. We are not running this binary as root. Also, try to run conky from the direct path to see if anything changes. So, what's the direct path? User bin conky. Maybe we should run this as user bin conky. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, it still gives us the permission denied. So, what else could it be? So, we can't run conky. Conky's not running as root. Conky is running in our regular user context. Let's take a closer look at confy.conf. I don't... Yeah, I don't see anything in the configuration here that that indicates any users or anything. Is this a red herring? Is this a rabbit hole? Is this not the intended path? We became the super user. There's all this stuff about super root being able to use X authority or in the X11 server. But is this actually the way? We can access the bash history file, but Spencer Adolf thinks you think it's the way? Okay. We just need to figure out how to... We are able to get... Okay, so Comfy... Thank you very much for following Andric on Twitch. Thank you very much. We can copy the config in chown to root. Copy the config in chown to root. Maybe it's taking the config perms. We can copy the config and chown to root. Oh, we can make the configuration file roots. Okay. Yeah, let's give that a go. So first of all, we should probably change the configuration file. And then we should put our reverse shell command in there. So we would... where is that command? Where's my reverse shell? Here it is. So this is the reverse shell that worked. Paste that in. Okay, and then we chown. Is it chown root conky.conf? Changing ownership of conky.conf permission not permitted. What do you mean permission not permitted? Chown root u. Change the owner of u to root. Maybe because this is my home directory. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the problem is. Likewise, but change its group to staff. Change the owner. It can be used to gather and display many other sources of information. So, I mean, none of that matters if... Okay. So, how can we use conky to read... How can we use... How can we use conky to read arbitrary files on the local host? Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think we should be using these commands because these commands have all been run in the context of our own user. Using conky with elevated privileges. Spencer Adolf says maybe they won't fail if you SSH in and use the X11 stuff. SSH in and use the X11 stuff. I mean, as far as I know, we are using the X11 stuff. So when we logged in, we logged in with the X11 server using this SSH flag right here. Let's change up the music. Let's do some... Oh, let's do some Baba Is You. There we go. Okay. How about we just Google conky guide. Conky Linux guide. Okay, conky a full guide. Whoa, this is bright. Conky transparency. removing drop shadow, root desktop. Okay, okay. Let's just run conky. Andrick says, I thought I was understanding, but now I'm lost. Could you explain without details what you were doing? So we're just trying to exploit this program called Conky on Linux. It's running with... Oh, when I clicked it, it disappeared. It's running with elevated privileges, but for some reason we can't get... Okay, so Conky's here. Where is it? Where are you, Conky? The problem is it's redrawing all this stuff. You know what I think? I think it could be that on this scrolling information here, eventually it's going to give us some sort of clue. It's just going to scroll on by. So I'm just going to look at it for a little bit. If you find it uncomfortable to stare at this screen because it's refreshing like this, you have my permission to look away. But nothing's coming up, huh? Yeah, I don't think it's I don't think any other information is scrolling by right now. Okay. So Spencer Adolf says, I feel like it's reading proc in the config. It should be able to read other things. It's reading proc in the config. It should be able to read other things. So processes, color, processes. Running processes. Okay, so these are defined. Processes is a variable. Running processes is another variable. Robotech83, you're having fun. Well, I mean, I'd be having more fun if I was actually successfully rooting this thing. Okay, so processes is a variable. What defines processes? Where is this defined? It's confusing the hell out of me with the SGUID. Yeah. Okay, let's... Okay, this is the configuration file. Window class, confi desktop. Where can we define conky text, right? So node name, sysname, kernel on machine, right? So do we define any file names in here? I don't think we do. Okay. Okay. Let's figure out where these variables are defined. This is part of the conky config file. Where are these variables defined? They're not defined in this file. The variables used in the wait. The variables used in conky configuration, such as node name, sysname, uptime, are predefined conky variables that are automatically populated by conky during runtime. These variables refer to system information statistics that conky collects and displays. Okay. Node name, this is the system's host name, defined by conky as the system's network name. Okay, the kernel version of the system. Processes, the number of processes currently running on the system, derived from PS, awk, or proc. How conky gets this data. Conky retrieves this data from a variety of system files, commands, and system calls. Okay. If you need to display information that isn't included by default, you can use the exec directive to run arbitrary commands and capture their output. For example, this will execute hostname every 10 seconds to display the system's hostname. Okay, so MC has a link. We're searching for the word cat. Cat file. Reads a file and displays the contents in conky. This is useful if you have an independent process generating output you want to include in conky. Okay, so reads a file and displays the contents in conky. Chatsubo says, could you potentially do remote code execution via conky? We've tried to do remote code execution via conky, but it was only able to run those commands in the context of our current user, but not the root user. And we expected it to run in the context of the root user because this is an SUID binary. But for some reason... Okay, so let's try to get it to cat the file. So if we can get it to so it's cat and where is it? Cat space file, right? Cat etc. shadow. Okay, so that's conky -- config equals conkyconf. Okay. Wait, unknown variable. Why is this an unknown variable? Okay, so Spencer Adolf says maybe there is more debug info if you turn on out console and out error in the config as well. Out console, out error. Missing brackets. Are there missing brackets? I'm pretty sure we included the brackets. Yeah, I mean, we've included the brackets here. I don't know. Buffers, battery time. How about we search for the word file? So cat file reads a file and displays its contents in conky. Cat p file. Do we need to include I don't think we need to include a space in here, do we? Try adding, well, we could try adding the space. Okay. We can even add more white space. Okay. Well, this time... Or is it... Wait, is this... Hold on. Is it cat file? Is it like this? Unknown variable cat file. Okay. Well, can't say we didn't try. But it definitely looks like there's a space between these. Cat p file. Reads a file and displays its contents in conky. This is useful if you have an independent process generating output. You want to include it in conky. Command line to PID. Alright. Alright, it's way past my dinner time. But we certainly did give it a good college try. Thank you very much to everybody for helping out. Good contributors like MC25 and Spencer Adolf, Frank Diaz. We're gonna look for somebody to raid. Maybe somebody from the InfoSec streamers community. I'm the only person from the community on right now. Let's see if there is anybody else on Twitch who's streaming right now that we could try raiding. Looks like... Hey, the science stream is on. They like science, and they do science, and they look at ants, and they're a pretty good they're a pretty cool channel. Let me grab that link so I can show everybody what they're doing right now. Looks like they're doing some... What is this? They're doing some drawing right now. So they're science art to inspire the community. Mortal Kombat themed with lots of rabbit holes. Okay. All right, so everybody, we're going to be back on Friday. And we're going to be hacking again. I'm not too sure what the demonstration is going to be, but we're going to be doing more Windows hacking, more Linux hacking. And if anybody has any suggestions for what to include in the stream, you can go ahead and let me know on the Reddit. We do have a Reddit. It's over at our HackerFrogs. So if you're interested in taking a look at this, it is... what box VM was this? So this was the T800 box. Let me grab the link. So this is the T800 box. This is the link if you want to take a look. And we're going to be back on Friday. We're going to be doing more hacking, so hope to see you then. But before we go out, let's do one last Hack the Planet. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Well, we definitely did a lot of research when we did this box. But let's everybody, when you arrive at the science channel, if you could give this message over here, it's going to be frog, OS frog, hip, hop, hack, OS frog, just like this. So if you could give this raid message, I would really appreciate it. Okay, let's raid into them. All right, everybody. Yeah, so everybody have a great rest of the week. We will see you on Friday when we're going to be doing more hacking. See you next time.